All right. Thank you and everybody welcome. I'm Jamie Ross, the mayor of the village of Belcarra. I wish to acknowledge that this meeting is taking place on the unceded territory of the Coast Salish peoples. Tumtumay Waiton or Belcarra is home to an ancestral village of the Tsleil-Waututh Nation. We are thankful to conduct our work within their territory. I'll call the meeting to order at 7 o'clock precisely. And we will move to number 2, approval of the agenda. And I'm going to ask Paula to outline an amendment to the agenda. If you could go ahead, Paula, please.
Okay, I have an item of correspondence that was received in Lorna's email on Friday, March 11th, after the office closed for the day. Out of office was put on the email the following week by our IT company. The normal process for correspondence is that any item received in the office via mail or email, which is asked to be included in the agenda or is addressed to council, mayor and council, is forwarded to me to be included in the package. Other items received on March 11th begin at item 9.15 on this agenda. So I'm bringing forward an amendment to the agenda for council consideration to include the March 11th, 2022 letter sent via email to the CAO from Colleen and Ian McDonald, Jody and Joel Drake, Dana Fitz and Klaus Beaver, Christina Bell and Marshall Pringle, Summer and Kevin Ferris, Ayoko Masawa and Craig Stewart, Karen and Bert Perry, Ruth and John Foster, Sherry and Eric Strachan, Loretta and Josh Davis, Melody and Kurt Siuki regarding the Belcarra multi-use path as an on-table item. So I'd like this item to be included in the agenda and it's being revised by adding it. So we just need somebody to move.
Move the item.
Okay, so thank you, Councillor Clark. And seconding the item is Councillor Drake. Thank you very much. It's on the floor. Any discussion on that? Any comments? Seeing none, I'll look to call the question. All those in favor, please say aye. And I know that I believe it, can I just see? Okay, good. It carries and it's in the affirmative. So thank you very much. So that the agenda has now been amended and we will, or it's been approved as amended, so we're good. And then anything else? Pardon me?
I'm sorry, I had an additional amendment I'd like to propose.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Councillor Drake, you're muted.
Sorry, new technology. Yeah, I'd like to move that item 9.22, a letter from Linda McCraig, the manager of ecosystem management and environmental programs for the Port of Vancouver, be moved to follow item 11, the public question period on the agenda.
Okay, there's
I'll second.
mover and a seconder for that. Any discussion or okay, seeing none, I'll look to call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, so that will adjust that to after the question period. And I think it also adjusts the number of, the previous one will adjust the number of, we'll have, I guess, 923 for correspondence, correct, Paula?
Yes.
All right, so we will, we've got the minutes from the regular council meeting of February 22nd, 2022. Looking for a mover on that?
So move.
Councillor Clark moving, Councillor
Second.
Bell seconding, I've got, and so it's on the floor for discussion. Any discussion? Seeing none, I'll look to call the question. All those in favor, please indicate aye.
Aye.
And note that it carries and it's unanimous. Thank you. So we will move on to, if we could, to delegations and presentations, and I'm going to ask Paula to introduce the next report, please. Paula, go ahead, please. Thank you.
Okay, we have a request for reconsideration of remedial action requirement regarding Lot A, Section 31, Township 39, New Westminster District Plan, EPP 93027. The purpose of this report is to provide council with an opportunity to consider the oral submission from the property owners for Lot A, Twin Island regarding remedial action. And we have Chloe Dubois, who is a one of the registered owners who would like to speak to this reconsideration. Welcome, Chloe.
Hi, thanks for giving me the opportunity this evening and your time. I've put together a letter that I had submitted to council for review to be able to keep the tent and the vote structure in place with significant amendments. So I'm looking to discuss this evening and see if we can have this amended after this meeting.
Okay. And is there anything else you want to add to your?
Sure. I've
reconsideration?
worked incredibly hard over the last pretty much every weekend since our last meeting. I've removed about 5 boatloads of material. I've cleaned the property thoroughly. I've removed more than half of the burnt deck, and I will be removing the rest of that, disposing everything properly at the North Vancouver transfer station. I removed more than half of the roof panels, and I'm going to be working on the fireplace removal. So that'll be gone. And I am asking that the council considers if I put footings on the tent and the other structure that it can be deemed safe. I'm also seeing that the 7-page letter that I did write council before my last meeting was not included in this package. And it's also saying that an email that was written to me on July 28th that I responded at the end of September. I actually responded July 31st to that, and I've made incredible response time to any kind of issue that's arisen, and I've met that with solutions. So I'm requesting that the council reconsider and meet me, a little bit, and I'll continue to work towards this resolution of just moving forward. I'm also right in the middle of trying to get the building permit put together for our first home on the property. So I'm getting all of that evidence and documentation together kind of as we speak. So that's where it stands. And we've made incredible efforts and commitment to seeing this through. So.
Does council have any questions? Or questions for Sartaj or questions for Chloe?
So I believe Councillor Drake, you have your hand up for a question, is it?
Yes, I do. Yeah, just a question in very general terms. Given all of the things that are having to be corrected at the site and all the time and effort that's gone into dealing with this site and the problems that we've had with it, why do you want to retain a tent?
Because I would like to put building materials in it to keep some of my wood safe. And it provides some privacy on the land from a lot of the tourists that come through, as well as one of my neighbors who's been consistently trespassing on our land. So I would like to keep that as a measure of privacy, as well as to create storage while we go through and apply for the building permit. So.
Have a follow-up to that, or was that?
No, that's my first question. I'm happy with that.
Okay. Other councillors?
I wouldn't mind making a comment.
I've got a hand up there too, Jamie.
I'll
Oh, he's
go
got his
to-
little black hand. Yeah.
Okay, I heard Counselor Wilder, and then I'll go to Counselor Snell, if that's all
No,
right.
please go to
Uh,
Councillor
no,
Snell first.
Oh, hang on a second. I've recognized Counselor Wilder. If she could go ahead, please. And then we'll go to you, Counselor Snell, if that's
Fair enough.
okay.
That's fine.
Okay?
Yeah.
So
What-
my concern is with his tent, and if you're applying for sorry, I'm new with this thing here. Hope I'm not yelling.
No, you're
Right.
fine.
Sorry. This feels weird having this thing on my head. I'm concerned about the tent, and if you're applying for a building permit, which can take possibly a substantial amount of time, and then once you get that, are you planning on removing the tents eventually, or?
Eventually, yes, but I'm looking to keep that on there. And it honestly is not dilapidated. The comment with the 2x4 was actually keeping the roofing in place. And now with those panels removed, the tent, it doesn't need 2x4. It's not dilapidated. The roofing that we had on there to provide extra protection for the roof needed extra support. So with that removed, I'm looking to then put fittings on it, and then it should be deemed safe. So that's what I would like to do.
So it almost sounded to me like when you remove the roof, there actually is no roof to the tent. So I was a bit
No.
confused about that.
No, it's a canvas tent. It's a canvas tent. So there is a roof to the tent. We put those panels on for just to create some extra waterproofing, but they're not needed. So with them removed, the 2x4s are gone. It's, we need some footings, but other than that, it's not dilapidated, and it is fine to keep on the property.
And then
So
what about the wood stove?
I said I would already be removing that.
It
So
hasn't been
that'll be
removed yet,
gone.
though.
Not yet. I've done incredible. I've kind of moved mountains already on this site. So I'm, working at it, and it will be removed by the deadline. So.
Okay, and just one more final comment before we go over to Councillor
Yes.
Snell is, you keep saying, I have, and you have. What about the other owners? Are they not assisting with any of this, or they have left it up to you?
The other owner is out of town. He lives in the Kootenays. And then the other owner assists when he can. So he's been assisting in doing the removal, but I've done a lot of the actual cleanup and stacking of materials on my own. And then with some friends, that have time to help me when they can. So I'm very committed to seeing this through. And I'm asking, to be able to keep these assets on site just while we continue to build towards building a house. So.
Okay, and through a very nasty winter, by the way. Okay, I'm done. Thank you very much for listening.
Okay, thank you. And I'll go to Counselor Snell.
Thank you. This process has been exhaustive and exhausting. This is a lot of people have put a lot of work into this issue. And I guess we have to decide whether we want to go for option 1, option 2, or option 3. My preference is to affirm the remedial action that was originally decided. I felt that was quite in order, and that's taking into consideration everything that we've heard from the consultants and from the inspectors and from the neighbours and what we've seen. So I would be in favour of affirming the original position. Having said that, I am cognizant that in fact we have had a horrible stretch of winter weather. We've had a lot of snow, we've had storms, and this has made a number of outdoor projects very difficult for a lot of people. And I know this because I often get a lot of landscaping jobs done in February, but we had a rotten February. So whilst I'm in favour of affirming position number 1, I'm not against extending the timeline by, say, a month, to allow a little more time to comply with the full order, the full original order. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Counselor Snell.
I would ask that the council does vote in favor of the second option, and that's what the sort of the resolution that I am looking for this evening to work through everything with everyone this evening.
Okay, we've heard that part. Councillor Clark, did you have anything that you wanted to add?
No, I think I had thank you for that, Mayor Ross. I just had a couple of questions about the tent, but Lisa Wilder already addressed those. So I'm pretty clear with what we have in front of us here. My preference, I guess, at this point, considering that it was hard winter and hard to work on site, especially because the site is just water access, my preference would be number 3. I wouldn't prefer number 2 because that tent already we have had so many complaints. So I'm comfortable to move ahead with option 3. Thank you.
Okay, so we've got a
Just to interrupt there, Mayor Ross, I
Yes.
guess what I'm saying, my number 1 with a slight extension in time is in fact number 3.
yeah. And that's what I was going to ask you, because you're not looking at doing anything connected with number 2, correct?
Absolutely
No?
nothing at all, no.
Okay.
Okay, does anyone have anything else to add? Would you like me to read the resolutions, Mayor Ross?
Yeah, that would be good. And then I think we can, it seems like there may be a coalescence around a particular number, but we'll hear after you've done it. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, so resolution 1 is affirming the remedial action requirement that Council of the Village of Balcarra, after hearing the request for reconsideration of the owners of PID 031-121-101, Lot A, Section 31, Township 39, New Westminster District Plan, EPP 93027, affirms the remedial action requirement imposed by a resolution of Council on January 24th, 2022. That Council of the Village of Balcarra direct staff to give notice of Council's decision in accordance with Section 77, Section 1 or Part 1 and 2, and 78, Part 5 of the Community Charter. So that's 1. And then the second draft motion is modifying the remedial action requirements to allow structures to remain if made safe and provide more time. That Council of the Village of Balcarra, after hearing the request for consideration of remedial action requirement imposed by resolution of Council on January 24th, 2022, made by the owners of PID 031-121-101, Lot A, Section 31, Township 39, New Westminster District Plan, EPP 93027, hereby modifies the January resolution by changing the requirement in Section 4 to be that James Daniel Rockwell, James Lee Middleton, and Chloe Ariel Elise Dubois Gorbet, the owners must either demolish and remove the modified tent and the shelter, or B, bring the modified tent and shelter into a safe condition, including by removing the wood stove panels attached to the roof from the modified tent, no later than 90 days after the day that notice of this resolution is being sent to the owners in accordance with Section 77, Part 1 of the Community Charter. And 2, changing the requirement in Section 5, Part A, to be that the owners must apply for all permits necessary to demolish and remove the modified tent and the shelter only if the owners elect to remove those structures. That Council of the Village of Balcarra direct staff to give notice of Council's decision in accordance with the sections of the Community Charter. Then number 3 is modifying the remedial action requirement to provide for more time. So that Council of Village of Balcarra, after hearing the request for reconsideration of remedial action requirement imposed by resolution of Council on January 24th, 2022, made by the registered owners of PID 031-121-101, Lot A, Section 31, Township 39, New Westminster District Plan, EPP 93027, hereby modify the January resolution by extending the time to perform the requirement imposed by Section 4 of the January resolution to no later than 90 days after the day that notice of this modifying resolution has been sent to the owners in accordance with Section 77, Part 1 of the Community Charter. The Council of the Village of Balcarra direct staff to give notice of council's decision in accordance with section 77, part 1 and 2, and 78, part 5 of the community charter. So those are the three choices of council.
Okay. So,
Unless council wants to give another motion, they can move. These are just suggested.
so let me just go through the corporate officer and just ask the question, because we've heard from the owner and I'm very appreciative of hearing that. But I would also like to know, do we have any ability, because what I've heard has been oral, and I don't have a sense of what's been happening. Is there a way to get that from you, our corporate officer, or from staff that's appropriate?
You may ask questions. We have Sartaj Grual, our building official, on the call. If you would like to ask him questions, you're welcome to ask.
Okay, is it, and that's appropriate?
Yes, that's appropriate
Okay.
to ask.
So, Sartaj,
Yes. Yeah.
hi.
Hi.
Is there information that you could provide me and possibly others on council? And I believe that you're able to provide that in regard to what you may have heard tonight. Is that correct?
Yep, I can give some information. I mean, with the tent being deemed structurally safe, I mean, that would have to, they'd have to bring a structural engineer to come take a look. I have no way of verifying, looking at it, that I could deem it safe just from viewing it. I mean, the main concern was that tent looked like it was used for extended use. They had living quarters inside, you know, fridge, a bed, stove. And I mean, our main concern was if somebody looked like they were living in that tent, you know, without an occupancy permit, it's unsafe. So.
Yeah, and if I may, no one's living there, and I'm from cleaning the property, I'm literally using it now to hold materials. I've made great progress with getting the building permit information together. We've gotten the water sample things. Like I am checking off the boxes. And I mean, if I don't know if you need to come back out. How do I say your name? Sorry, Sarche?
Sartaj, or you can call me Taj.
Taj. Okay. You know, like if you need to come back out and look at it, I'm not sure what that process looks like, but the main concern for me in hearing everyone's concerns was really the roofing on that and the 2x4 support and the fire, the stove. And I'm removing all of that, and I've done more than half of that already. So, and I'm trying to meet the initial deadlines as well for that. So.
Yeah. You know, I did visit on Thursday, the site there, and I did see that, you know, some work was being done, but there's still a lot of material. I mean, before that, we both know there was a lot of material there on site, whether it was for home construction or whatever reason it was accumulated there, but there's still a lot of material there. And going from previous images that I had to images that I like when I've seen it on last time I was there, I'm not sure if a lot of work has been done. I know the deck has been cut out and that the boat is sitting there full of material. And, you know, you said you've taken a few boats out. But
every weekend I've taken as much as I can. So yeah. Every weekend a whole boat of material has left. So I can only work so fast. I have a full-time job. Like yeah. I've literally been spending Friday, Saturday, and Sunday there every weekend. So, you know, and it might not look like a lot potentially to you, but I can tell you that a lot of work has been done, and there is a great commitment that has been made to moving that forward. So
Sartaj and Chloe, that was helpful, but what I would like to do is ask Sartaj if you could talk to me, because this is a piece that is very important to me, and I think going through staff is the appropriate way, but I understood there was a description of that structure that had it, that indicated, Sartaj, that there may have been people living in it or a person living in it. Is that correct? Am I Am I
Yes,
listening to
yeah.
you correctly?
Yes,
And did you say you had been up on Thursday?
yes, Thursday of last week, yeah.
So in your being up there, would you have looked to see if it still resembled what someone may have been using as I understand from what you said, living potential quarters, right?
When I went this recent time, no, it does not look like anybody's living there inside that tent, no.
Okay,
Yeah,
so whatever was there that caused you to make that determination, it's now not there. Okay, that's helpful to me. Thank you. Okay, so Councillor Drake, you want to go ahead?
Yes, thank you. Through the chair again to our building inspector. Can you comment on the status of tents on properties in Belcarra? And I take it tents being used for whatever purpose, but my understanding is we're fairly restrictive on that, are we not?
I've seen other tents on sites before for other jobs. I mean, again, if there's a building permit, then yeah, tents are always used on sites to keep material, but we don't have no building permit in place. I know Chloe is working towards that, and she has been in contact with me, so that is accurate. So, that's what I know.
So if I may, in a follow-up to my first question,
Yes.
so you would not expect to see a tent on property for which there is no building permit, is that correct?
No, I wouldn't, no.
And finally, one last follow-up. Once a permit has been issued, a building permit has been issued for construction on the property, then I take it if we have the tent removed, you could authorize a tent to return.
Yeah. Again, if it's used for storing building materials, that's no problem. Our main concern was that it looked like it's pretty accurate that the statement that somebody was staying in there, it's looked like overnight to us from what Paul had seen when he was here with us. And I didn't get to see it, I think, after that as living quarters, but from Paul's image, it looked like somebody was living there at the time, and that's how he explained it to me.
Thank you. Yeah, no, I have no further questions.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Drake. So any of the other councillors, or do you want to look to see if we're at the point to someone would like to make a motion for one of these?
If we had enough discussion, then I can move a motion if everybody feels that we had enough discussion.
I think that the silence would suggest that you're able to move a motion right now. Thank you, Councillor Clark.
Okay, so after everything I've heard and giving lots of consideration, reading a lot through the letters and documents, and considering too that has been a problem, an existing problem for a long time now, I would like to move option 3 with the extension, modifying the remedial action requirement to provide more time. That would push us, I think, if the date starts counting as today or tomorrow, it will push us to the end of June. I would like to see the site taken care of by summertime. So, if we go into a summer that's very dry, we will have no worries. But yeah, so I'll just see what the rest of council has to say. So I'll move option 3. Thank you.
And with an end date of what's the date for you? Sorry.
Well, it's here. It's 90 days. I'd be happier with 60, but I would like to hear what the other councillors have to say. Thank you.
I would, if that's a motion, I'd be happy to second the motion, Your Worship, with the, as it's originally worded, i.e. granting 90 days.
Okay, so that's on the table for that. We've got a mover and a seconder, so Councillor Clark, and you had 90 days, Councillor Clark, and Bruce, Councillor Drake, you've moved that as or seconded that with support for the 90 days, correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
Open it up to councillors or members of council to comment on that.
I'm comfortable with that.
Okay. Councillor Wilder, did you want on, or if not, I can?
Yeah, no, that's fine. I'm comfortable with that as well. And I do recognize Chloe through the chair, how hard, probably and diligent that you've worked doing this, especially when you're doing it. It almost appears single-handedly. But it's been a long time, and I'm going to be comfortable with number 3. And it says 90 days. I would just say to the end of June, or you can say 90 days if you like, but that brings us to the end of June, which is the beginning of our summer season. Well, June, we're already in summer season.
Yeah.
So I'm comfortable with number 3. And if she needs to bring the tent back up, once she's got a building permit, I'm good with that. But right now the tent needs to be removed.
Okay, so I'll add my name to the list, but I'm not in support of the 90 days. And the concern is what the fire issue for all of us is significant. And it's significant for a lot of reasons, and none that I need to share with anybody. It's a long journey up there for our firefighters. It's not an automatic. And when we get into 90 days, and I wish I'd been able to pick up quicker on yours, Councillor Clark, because we're into full fire season and we're into hot days. So my sense is that a shorter duration would have been better.
Mayor Ross, if I may, my personal preference on this would be 60 days, because then it will put us a month, you know, so put us at the end of May, right? That would be my preference as well, because by June, you never know, but by June, some years can be pretty warm. So if Councillor Drake will consider this, I can make a friendly amendment.
Well, let's hold on. Let's do this technically in a proper way, and we can do it. Number 1, there can be an we can amend this, or we can look to see if we can get unanimous consent, but it's important that we do it so it stands up to the rigor. So do we have anybody that would look to amend this motion to 60 days? Okay.
I would.
Okay,
I would second that motion. I would
okay,
second that.
so why
It's not
don't,
going to be possible for me. I'm sorry. Like I'm working out.
sorry, we're in the middle of we've heard from you. We're in the middle of council doing something right now. So what I'm going to suggest right now is that if it's all right, we've got the mover of the motion, and let's have Councillor Snell or someone else to move to amend it, and we'll have an amendment on the floor. Or I will leave the chair and move an amendment. Okay.
Okay. I believe, sorry to interrupt. I believe Councillor Clark moved to amend it to 60 days.
Yeah, it's her motion though. So let's have someone else amend it so it's done correctly.
Okay, I would
Okay.
I would move to amend the motion to 60 days.
Okay, and we need a seconder for that amendment. Councillor Drake, did I catch your hand, or Councillor Wilder?
No, actually,
Okay.
I'm in favor of the 90.
Okay, so I'll move from the chair so I can second that amendment. And I think Councillor Wilder, that puts you on as the acting
No.
leader.
No, not me.
That would be me.
Okay. Okay.
I did my stint.
Yeah, that's fair enough. That's fair enough. And you're allowed to do your stint. So John, you're moving it. I'll hand it over to Councillor Clark. John,
Okay.
you're moving that amendment, and I will second that amendment and yours was for 60 days, correct? And over, Carolina, you can take over on that.
Okay, so we're on option 3, modifying the remedial action requirement to provide for more time. Council is asking for an amendment from 90 to 60 days. That will bring us to the end of May. So we have a mover and a seconder. Any further discussion on the floor between the councillors? Go ahead, Lisa.
Okay, yeah. Thank you. While I appreciate the 60 days, I am on this hand in favor of that, but I also recognize the predicament that the owners are in, and Chloe basically single-handedly doing this. I think 60 days is, like she said, is, although they've had so much time, and I recognize that, and they're being pushed now, I'm going to stick with the 90 days. I'm sorry. And if I hope it will be done in 90 days. I'm going to stick with 90 days myself, even though everything else we've talked about. So I just want to feel a little bit sympathetic to the owner there, to Chloe.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Wilder. I'm going to pass the word, Mayor Ross, if you let me to Paula. Oh, Paula, you had your hand up.
I was just going to read the motion out if it was necessary. So let me know if you need me to read the motion out again, and I will do that. Okay.
Sounds good. Thank you. Mayor Ross, please go ahead.
Sure. I'm in support of the amendment to 60 days, and I'm in support because of, while I do have sympathy for the person that's come, Chloe, in front of us tonight, but I also am very, very concerned that there is a significant fire risk that is more elevated than it is in any other part of the village of Belcarre. I was there for was able to witness both the call out and also how long it took. And it takes a long time to assemble our firefighters to be able to do that. So I want to be empathetic on the side of everyone. And I want to make sure that as best we can, that we avoid that summer season, that fire season. So thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Ross. I'll just put a couple of comments in. I understand the concerns that the mayor is saying. I think, we need to be sympathetic towards the applicant, absolutely. And that's why I feel that option 3 is the best option with an amendment to the dates. But we also have to be sympathetic towards our fire department, which is a volunteer department that's shared between 2 communities. Like Mayor Ross said, it's a lot of work to get up there. Those people are doing this for us for free. So I think it's important here that we recognize a healthy balance between the needs, right, of the owner as well as of the fire department. So that being said, anybody else with any more comments from council, please?
Councillor Drake has his hand up.
I'm sorry, whose hands up?
Councillor Drake, but he's got a clapping, not a hand up.
Yeah, Councillor Drake, please go ahead.
I had no intention of clapping. Thank you. I understand the arguments. It's not a simple issue, and it sounds like this is very likely, however it goes, a 3-2 vote. I simply think 90 days is a reasonable period of time for this work to be done. I'm sympathetic with the effort that Chloe is making, as Councillor Wilder's note. At the same time, I understand that the fire protection in that area is very, very challenging. And I certainly know from having talked to the fire chief, he is very uncomfortable with the situation. Anyway, I would hope it could be completed as quickly as possible, but I would stick with 90.
Thank you, Councillor Drake. So any more comments from council or staff? If not, I'm going to ask Paula, please, to read the recommendation, the amended recommendation prior to voting, and then we're going to go to voting, okay? If everybody's done their comments. Thank you. Please go ahead.
The recommendation is that Council of the Village of Belcarre, after hearing the request for reconsideration of the remedial action requirement imposed by resolution of Council on January 24th, 2022, made by owners of PID 01 or 031-121-101, Lot A, Section 31, Township 39, New Westminster Plan, EPP 93027, hereby modifies the January resolution by extending the time to perform the requirement imposed by the January 4th by Section 4 of January resolution to no later than 60 days after the day that notice of this modifying resolution has been sent to the owners in accordance with Section 77 Part 1 of the community charter, that Council of the Village of Belcarra direct staff to give notice of council's decision in accordance with section 77, part 1 and 2, and 78, part 5 of the community charter. That's the motion. That's the motion as amended.
Okay, thank you, Paula, very much. So, so we're ready to
It hasn't
vote?
been voted on yet, though.
So the
It has
amend-
not yet. Oh, the amendment hasn't been voted on?
It hasn't, yeah.
No.
Okay, so can we, so do I have a mover for the amendment and a seconder? We already have a mover and
Yeah.
a seconder, so let's vote on the amendment then, if council's ready. Okay, all in favor? So 3 against. Okay, so the motion passes with Councillor Wilder and Councillor Drake voting against, so 3-2. The motion carries.
So that would have the amendment carried, and then we would go back.
Yeah, the amendment carried.
And then the
and-
motion as amended would then be voted on, correct?
Oh, okay, so.
Does that make sense? To the.
Do I need a mover and seconder for that as well, or?
No, the motion, I
Just-
believe, was moved to be on the table, so it's
Right.
there. and it's
Yes.
Now been amended, correct?
Okay, so we'll vote on the main motion now. That's correct. Okay, so all in favor? Okay, so it carries unanimously. Thank you. And Mayor Ross, back to you.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Clark, and thank you, Chloe, for your work and for appearing in front of us tonight. Thank you.
Oh, and thank you to Michael Mull for attending the meeting.
Yeah, thank you very much, Michael, and thank you, Sartosh.
Thank
So-
you. I'll excuse myself.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, everyone. I also excuse myself.
Okay, so we have with us is Shazana Haskell, I believe. We'll just, hello, Shazana, welcome to the Village of Belcarra again. And also with you, I believe we have Wisdom Chan. So thank you very much and welcome. And if you would like to go ahead and we've got a couple things. I think you have a couple things you'd like to do right now. So I'll hand it over to you.
Perfect. Good evening, everybody. I am Shazana Haskell, and I am the Director of Infrastructure Programs in the Engineering Division at Translink. My colleague is with me, Wisdom Chan. She is the one on my team who oversees our cost share programs. So I have a short presentation that I'm going to try to share. And let me know when you can see it. I don't know, Mayor Ross or Paula, can you tell me if you see the presentation?
Yes, we can.
Okay,
Or I
perfect.
can see it. Others can
Yeah,
see it.
we can
too
see
on
it. Thank you
Telcom?
very much.
Okay. good.
Okay, wonderful. Okay. It went away. Okay, there we go. All right, so I'm here today to talk about this proposed application that has been put forward by the village for the multi-use path project. And there has been a few questions around this project that I want to provide some clarification on. I am the director who oversees the cost share programs. Wisdom, my colleague, she's the one who is responsible for reviewing all the applications. So anyone who knows anything about the cost share programs at Translink, we're here today. So please feel free to ask as many questions as you wish, but I'll go through this project specifically.
Susanna, you're sharing your screen in the presenter mode. wasn't sure if that is you intended to do that.
What does that mean, Wisdom?
Basically,
Let me
it
stop sharing.
shows.
What does that mean? So should I just share I'm just going to share the presentation slide.
I can share the presentation and you can, or
Does this work? Can you see? Can everyone see the slides?
sure, yeah.
Okay, let's try it like this. And thanks, Wisdom. I can't tell with Zoom what I'm sharing and not sharing.
No,
So, okay, please let me know if anything is in the way. So the first slide we have here is to talk about kind of what funding has been approved in the past. So this is for the 2021 program year. So just to step back, Translink has a variety of cost share programs. We provide funding to municipalities to build all types of infrastructure: walking, cycling, road improvements, sidewalk improvements, bus lanes, and crosswalk improvements. All of these things are various types of infrastructure that we will help pay part of the construction for. And so what we do is every year we ask municipalities to send us applications for which projects they would like funded. And then Wisdom and her team is responsible for reviewing those applications to see if they meet our guidelines, and then determine how much funding we can provide to each municipality. So last year in the 2021 program, we have provided these 3 projects funding through our cost share programs. And so the acronyms there are a little bit confusing. The MRNB is our roads program, BIX is our cycling program, and WIT here is our walking infrastructure to transit program. Now, we want to talk about not last year, but this upcoming year. This slide is a little bit busy, and I'll walk you through it. The application that was put forward for the multi-use path, there were lots of questions that we have provided funding in a previous program year, 2021, but that was just for the construction portion. Typically, projects come to us with a design already done, and so we will fund the project as shovel-ready projects. Now, we understand that sometimes for a few municipalities, it can be challenging to come up with the design and engineering costs. And so we do try to find some flexibility within our programs wherever we can. And because Bedwell Bay Road is on what we call the major road network, Translink provides operation and maintenance money for the major road network. On top of that, we also have a program that looks to upgrade or replace structures that support the major road network. Structures including bridges, retaining walls, and culverts. It so happens that Bedwell Bay Road does also have culverts that are in need of replacement. And so because of that, there was an opportunity to submit a structures application to look at the design of those culverts. Now, because it happened to be in tandem with the potential construction of the multi-use path, we are providing some flexibility when looking at the design for the culvert to also allow for the design of the multi-use path to take place. This is because when you do a road design, it doesn't really cost that much more to do a little bit more of extra design on other parts of the road. And it's because of that, those structures that are part of the major road network that we're able to provide this opportunity. So you'll see here under the project cost column, you'll see a total, this was an estimate provided to us as part of the application. So originally the multi-use path total cost is about $958,000. That's the total cost. You'll see there's a portion that's design and a portion that is construction. So the portion that is design or engineering costs, some people call it engineering costs, that's just the paper documents that you need to say that this is what we're going to build. You'll see here that Translink will provide 75% of the funding towards that design. And so for the design portion of the multi-use path plus the design of the culverts, the Village of Belcarra will be responsible for about $60,000 of the total cost for just the design. Now, once you do the design and you receive the design for the multi-use paths and the culverts, you can determine at that point if this is something you would like to move forward with. If this project is indeed meeting with your needs and meeting with the budget, the design will help you determine how much of the clearing you might need to do, what will be involved in terms of the support on the sides of the roads. All of those details will come out from the design phase. And then you'll get a better cost estimate from that design phase. So here you'll see in the construction portion, we have 6 little boxes in the corner, and that top row of 24,000, 58,000, and 47,000, that was from last year's applications that was put forward. And so that's already approved and set aside. Now, this year, there is another $84,000, $59,000, and $48,000 of what we call allocated funds. So what that means is every municipality gets a certain amount of money assigned to them based on their population and employment. And we set aside this money for each municipality to come forward with projects. If municipalities do not provide a project that is suitable under each of those programs, then that money is taken and given to another municipality in which we have competitive funding for. So right now, the applications that's being put forward for the 2022 program is that 84,000, 59,000, and 48,000 total. So you can see here for the construction portion of it, Translink will try to maximize as much as we can. And then there is another opportunity for the construction portion to get additional funds through the provincial government through their active transportation grant. Now, the provincial government's active transportation grant doesn't allow for design. And so this is where that design portion is very critical. They want shovel-ready projects that will be completed within a year. Their Translink allows 4 years for construction, but the province actually has a much shorter timeline. And so because of that, we are showing that we're providing that flexibility through our structures program to allow for the design to move forward in order to access the additional funds through the province. And so for a total cost at the end of the construction and design, the village will be providing $239,000, 25% of the total cost for the multi-use path. Now, I can take questions at the end, but I can keep going. I want to talk about a little bit of our cost share programs. When applications are put forward and the funding is approved, we will enter into an agreement with the municipality that is signed by Translink and the village. Now, the great thing about this is, projects, we understand that sometimes projects get canceled, projects change, priorities change. Translink there is no penalty to canceling a project. So even though we have an agreement with you to set aside money for construction, if once you complete the design phase, you see that this isn't something that is of interest to the village at the moment, the design is still there and will stay there until it is a good time. And so if the costs are more than expected, then the contracts can be canceled. It is not an issue. The only issue that is before you right now is that if you cancel the applications, then all the money we've set aside under the allocated, they go directly to another municipality. So those funds are lost, which means that when it comes to applying to the province, you will need to apply for more funding, and that might not meet, it might mean that you have to provide additional shares, not the minimum of 25%. So there's a bit of a timing issue, especially because the province expects you to complete that work within a year's time. I'm gonna go to this next slide because there's a lot of questions about the width of the path that's come forward, and I've been sent a bunch of questions. This is a requirement in our guidelines, and so you'll see in the recommended range, we have a lower limit of 3 meters and an upper limit of 6 meters. Now, most municipalities are coming to us with multi-use paths about 3 meters, and that's those are the highest majority. I would say 90% of the multi-use paths coming forward will be that. But there are some that come in a little bit lower at 2.7 meters. Sometimes the property, there's a building face right there, and removing the building is not an option. So that we do go down to 2.7 meters in those cases. In very, very, very rare cases, which has to be signed off by an engineer, we do go down to 2.4 meters. And that is and I can only think of 1 or 2 cases, and we have 400 open projects that in which we've had it down to 2.4 meters. And that was actually because there was a cliff on the other side and it just was not possible to build it any wider. So this is the width of the path is quite set, and that is the requirement. It's in the agreements that we sign with all municipalities. It is within our guidelines. Municipalities are required to meet these standards in order to be paid for the project. So I can't see one. I don't know, Mayor Ross, if you want to interrupt me if you see hands or something go up, but I can move forward with the questions we received, and maybe that will.
Sure. I was thinking if we did it that way, we may be able to, or you may be able to answer some of the questions that people have submitted. And then we can go after and take a look, and there may be some other parts too. Okay.
Absolutely. Maybe my presentation has already kind of answered a few of these. And so the first question here that was submitted was regarding the regional significance from visitors outside of Belcarra. And absolutely, because Translink, and hopefully we can convince the province to partner with us, because of the fact that we do recognize that there are a lot of visitors from outside Belcarra who will be using and can benefit from the multi-use path. This is a great reason as to why we would want to provide funding towards it. So absolutely, this is something that we would like to support. The second question here is talking about the present grant application is for a small portion of the path. This is absolutely incredibly typical of all paths that have come forward to Translink in every municipality. It's very expensive to build multi-use paths for long 10, 20 kilometer sections. We get paths all the time that are 1 kilometer, 500 meters, sections that they do in chunks for whenever it becomes available. And so this is very common to do multi-use paths and sidewalks, roads in phases. So this is a very common approach, and absolutely, if we provided funding towards the first portion of this work, you can expect Translink to support future extensions of this path. So very common. There is comment about a 1 meter wide gravel path, and this has come up multiple times in the questions, and we will absolutely not pay for a 1 meter wide gravel path. What we're looking to fund through the cost share programs is providing cycling and active transportation infrastructure, not just cycling, but infrastructure that's accessible to all ages and abilities. And the standard is it must be paved and it must meet those minimum widths. And that is for every municipality across the region that has access to Translink's funds. We do not fund we don't even fund sidewalks that are 1 meter wide, let alone a gravel path. So this is an absolute hard no on that question. Do we have engineers to inspect the site? We do. Typically, though, the municipality is responsible for the construction of the path, to hire the engineers to sign off on that infrastructure. And we will rely on the village's engineer of record to inspect, to ensure that it's meeting the specifications. But we do have staff. We just don't, our staff are doing other things and not actually doing the construction and the inspections. That's where the municipalities come in with their staff. So question 3. So there's a question about the encroachment and whether the path is feasible for the road. That's exactly what the design is supposed to do. This is why, you know, it's very difficult when you are driving on the road or just walking or just living there to know where the property lines are exactly until you start kind of going down the design phase. And so we would rely on the design work to help kind of provide us that the confirmation on how, if there is even property encroachment, if there is need for retaining wall, all of these things will be kind of teased out through that design phase. So no, I don't know that just by looking at it. So the next question is, that's a generally good idea, and that practically it's not acceptable because there's so many trees to remove. Yeah, so again, this is the same thing. This is why we need the design to come forward. I can say that in some municipalities, even though there was the right of way, and everything was very clear, it can sometimes come as a surprise that there was a small section of that right of way that belonged to another property owner that they couldn't actually get approval for, and then they had to move the multi-use path on the other side. So that's what the design phase helps you come to those kind of conclusions for, to help tease that out. So even just looking at it and looking like, oh, that's a clear win, that's sometimes not the case either. So I know I'm really harping on that design, but that is really the basis of where you can make a good decision of whether or not this is a project you want to move forward with. Okay. So there is a concern here. So question 5 is about where the money is going to come to pay for all of this. Maybe not necessarily a question for me, that a question for the village to a bit sort out. You know, I will say that when, you know, Wisdom and I were taking a look at the funds for this project, we tried to optimize as much funding as we could, not only from Translink's perspective, but through the province, to ensure that the most minimum amount of money would be paid through the village. And I can say that from a lot of the projects that we fund, and there are a lot, like 400 of them, rarely do we get to where Translink pays 75%, because usually the project costs are so significant. But I think in here, this was a good win for us. If we could be able to get to that 75%, we would be supportive. It's actually a high cost share amount. It's actually the highest that we have in that sense. Okay, so the questions for number 6. Is the proposed map the only practical section of the roadside path in the village? Would the complaint be the transit policy for approving a cost share grant application? So I think this is the same answer for, like, that we would need the design to tell us if it is practical. If we wouldn't want to see a design where the MUP is encroaching at all on the road. So that absolutely. So in order to meet our policy, we'd need to see the design, because the design gets attached to the agreements, and that those are the agreements that we use to provide approval for the funding for the construction. Would Translink approve the section proposed for accessible after a respectable member of our community should? For disability advocate. So this one is interesting. So I'm not exactly sure what it means. I'm thinking, you know, for the widths that we've said, those have met a majority of kind of the accessibility requirements, and there's been extensive work done on that. I'm not particularly sure if I could add more to that question, because our widths are really already at that accessibility standard, which is why we're really being a little bit stickler on that 3-meter wide path.
Shazana, just one sorry, if you could go back. I don't know if you picked up, and I don't know the answer, but under 6 preamble, where it says prefer a less accessible MUP, less disability inclusive that may be more practicable for residents and cost effective, such as Main Avenue, I don't believe is part of the major road network. Are there times where it's able to go off the major road network? These
Yeah, oh yeah, so the multi-use path can go off the major road network.
Okay.
It doesn't have to be beside it exactly. So if the section of the multi-use path does go off, which is a different road, we would assess how much funding we could provide to that. Our cost share program is a little bit complicated. So there are these funds for the major road network and bike program, MRNB. That one is can be more specific to the major road network, but it doesn't have to be. So we can be a bit more flexible. It doesn't have to stay on Bedwell.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks for
Yeah.
bringing that to my attention. Okay. Question 7, is the funding limited to construction costs? So no, we talked about a little bit about the fact that there's some flexibility under that structures program to do a design phase. That's actually our only program other than our bus meter reliability program, which is a lot more very different. That's the only program that we have, that structures program is the only one that allows for design. So it's not just limited, the applications that's been put forward are not just limited to construction. So are the planning, design, engineering costs also shared? Yes, through that structures program at 75%. Are the construction costs shared only where the path meets the ideal Translink design? So the answer to that is yes. So the design that's being put forward, that gets attached to the agreement. And then once the project is done and you're requesting to be paid out for the project, Translink will take a look at the agreement and see if you have met what we have agreed upon. So we will only agree to what our guidelines state. So yes, the costs are only shared if you meet the guidelines, and so if we meet our design standards. Does it also cover sections of the path that need to be narrower? So when narrower, yes, to a point. That 2.4 meters is really as narrow as we can go. We can have a discussion, a kind of on how narrow, but I'm not 1 meter narrow. That definitely is not what you can expect, but you're really seeing us struggling to go anything lower than 2.4. And at 2.4, you need a engineer of record to sign off. But if you're in the 3 meter to 2.7 meter range for the width of the path, it's pretty smooth sailing in general. So does Translink support seasonal and ongoing maintenance? That is a great question. So maintenance, so because if this path stays on Bedwell Bay Road, Translink does provide operation and maintenance funds for the road. That can extend to the multi-use path. Mayor Ross knows this in painful detail. We are in the process of looking at what we call this new vision, which is looking at funding for the 2025 to 2035 years, in future years. And in those years, we're looking to hopefully find more funding for operation and maintenance, which will include, of course, still include sidewalks, but also add additional funds for the multi-use paths, because there is landscaping that comes with multi-use paths, and in other municipalities, lighting and benches and all of that are additional costs that municipalities are incurring. So yes, because if this path stays on Bedwell Bay Road, and the majority of that, you can use your operation and maintenance funds to maintain it. And so those funds come automatically to the village every year. Is it necessary to have a specific order in order to construct for the construction of the MUP sections? So it's not, we don't need a specific order. It's always nice to start where something connects to something instead of just at the middle of a section. So, our preference is always to start either at either end. Most projects that come to us usually come to us at 3 phases. And so either end and then the middle section can be done later, but we don't if the intention is to build the entire thing, and the project is being put forward as a phase project, and the intention is to do that, we're not very specific on the order, if that is answering that question a little bit clearly. But we would prefer if it did, because the first section did connect to something, then it's a little bit easier for us to justify funding the next sections. Do we have to start at the beginning, or can we address the most difficult areas first? Oh, so maybe similar to the previous section. So you can absolutely start with the most difficult section first. If you think that that is the direction you want to go in. Translink wouldn't, we wouldn't prescribe which section you do, because it's really up to kind of if you can meet the construction costs, if you can meet the timelines, because at the end, the village has to be able to deliver this project. And so if the most difficult one is what you want to start with, you can. I would say that we have found it is easier to build interest and momentum to start with the easier section. Then people can really understand once it's built, and once people do use it, you can appreciate the value of it a bit more. Difficult sections might take longer and are difficult for a reason. And so I would say, if you can support doing an easier section, that is, that's how I would start it if I had to choose. Can concrete barriers be used in lieu of gaps between the road and the multi-use path? So you can use concrete barriers to provide a vertical separation between the road and the multi-use path. The only thing I think I would be kind of cognizant of is how much, concrete barriers do take up some space. And so how much of that space is encroaching on the road and the shoulder, and how much of that space is encroaching on the multi-use path section. So you can use concrete barriers. Many municipalities do. Just have to make sure there's sufficient width. Is there a manual or a guide we can use for reference purposes? Absolutely, there are lots we can use, and I'm sure the consultants that the village would hire would be aware of those. We have Translink. We have a wayfinding guide, and we don't have one that specifically talks about multi-use paths, the design of multi-use paths, but we have several ones. NACTO is one organization that helps provide some guidance for a lot of municipalities. So we can provide references to those guides at any time. Okay. Oh, this next question. This question is about being opposed to providing a commitment to the MUP. And when I read it the first time, I think it's mainly to do with cost escalations that can occur due to previous projects that may have been undertaken. And so this is where that design does come in incredibly handy. It's still a decision point. You do the design and you can decide if that is still, if the cost has escalated. In rare cases, if the cost went down, that would be even better. But if the cost is escalated to a point where the village feels uncomfortable, again, it is those contracts can be canceled. And what happens to those funds is those funds are taken and then put back into the cost share programs so that other municipalities can have access to them. So I think this is a lot to do with maybe the timing and just feeling uncomfortable. I don't know, Mayor Ross, if there's an actual question in here.
Well, I think it was a real concern just around how things can go up in cost, and also when they're initially costed. So your part about the potential to get engineering done and paid for, because I believe what you're talking about on that is it could be used to not only do the engineering for one part of the path, but the whole path, right? Is that correct?
Oh, absolutely. Yep.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So that mayor, in fairness, there's people understandably, as we all are, and I am too, about the total cost, but I think the piece here would be if the village went ahead with an engineering study and it provided some sense of what that number's going to be.
Mhm, mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, I'm going to move on to the last question that we received. As we prepare for the MUP, can we offer suggestions of reasonable traffic calming measures along Bedwell Bay Road? Oh, that's a great question. So so we would look to work with your consultant, your designer, to come help to identify areas that could use potential traffic calming and then provide suggestions. We would be happy to connect on this matter. This is any sort of safety, traffic calming, any sort of things to help protect vulnerable road users absolutely is not only eligible under our cost share programs, we would be happy to fund them as much as we can. So speed humps, those kind of things, these questions here. The restrictions on the speed humps and stop signs on the major road network. So this, again, if it needs, when you make a change to the major road network, Translink does need to provide written approval for this. It's in our act that says we need to provide approval. This is so that and less so for Bedwell Bay Road, but for municipalities in which roads are moving between municipalities, we don't want one municipality to put in 10 traffic lights that backs up the traffic in that municipality such that it impacts a neighboring one. So this is kind of why Translink has this oversight on changes, what we call capacity reduction on the major road network, so that fewer people, if you are making it more difficult for people to move through, the Translink has to provide approval. Now, when it comes to safety, such as speed humps, if you're having speeding problems and you need to have stop signs for visibility purposes and all of that, if that is something that is of importance and is a safety concern, we would absolutely assess that as part of the project, and that we would review that as it came forward. What municipalities have yet to take advantage of the program? Oh, great question. Oh my goodness. So I think, Wisdom, correct me if I'm wrong, because I think Belcarra might be the only one who hasn't taken advantage. Wisdom, tell me if I'm wrong.
Yes, that's correct. What you've just said.
I think everyone, we've been able to get everyone on board to get that slowly throughout the years. And so we would like to add the village to the list if we could, to support using the cost share funding for the multi-use path. Given that what, if any, could be a disadvantage of proceeding with Translink? Oh, well, I would not say it's a disadvantage to proceed with Translink. There isn't, but in all fairness, there isn't a disadvantage. If you even agreed today to proceed with the design, and a month from now, something happens that you need the funding for, and you just can't go forward with even the design, we cancel that agreement too. There is no penalty. We don't come after you. We don't say, hey, you promised to do this and you didn't. There's no disadvantage. The funding is there for you. We would like to pay it out. We're here to support it being completed. The more projects that we can get funded, the more funding hopefully we would get towards. It's a cyclical cycle for us. So it's very important for us to see projects be successful. But there's no disadvantage in that sense that if you proceed with this and things change, and things absolutely change, projects absolutely get canceled. Even, they had the full intention of completing the project, they did the design, they put it out to the market, and then nobody bid on the project. Yeah. The project costs came into, the bids came in twice as much, and then they just ran out of time. They had no staff to deliver the project. We've had projects cancel in the 4th year of them being complete. This is it happens. And so we like to see them complete, but there's no disadvantage in that sense. We will not penalize. There'll be no penalty against the village. If you come to us, you cancel the project, next year you come to us and you ask us for money, we will be glad to give you that money again. So there's none of that penalty in that sense. Last question, given that Bowen Island MUP is for many years completing the goal, how long would you consider reasonable? Oh, this is a great question. For the village to complete the MUP, extending the municipal border to Port Moody to its western and by Belcara Park. So we would have, how long? Oh, this is a good question. How long did it take Bowen Island? I think it took them at least 5 years to, maybe you can remind me, Wisdom. I don't know if they completed that last difficult section or not.
Yes, so Bowen Island has 2 separate sections that had applied for funding, and both of those sections have been completed. We're just waiting for the payment request from Bowen Island.
Yeah, they started securing funds, I think in 2017. Is that the earliest?
Yes,
Yeah.
2017 was the
Yeah.
first year.
Oh, and then they're completing it now.
Yes,
So-
they're complete already.
Yeah, they're complete now. Yeah. So absolutely. So yeah, it takes 4 or 5 years to gather funds. I will say though, sometimes it takes that long because you have to save up the money for construction through Translink. But as I was saying, if we do the design, then we can look to partner with the provincial government to accelerate how much that is. And then what will happen, hopefully, we can try to sweet talk the province into supporting future phases as well. So I think a lot of times projects take longer because of securing the funds. But, you know, I know in Bowen Island's case, they did have a challenge with some land acquisition in some sections. So that was an issue. So it all really depends. Some things kind of happen as the project goes. I would say 5 years, maybe, to complete all the work. Hopefully, if we started now, I think that's kind of what I would expect. And I would think that is quite successful if it took that long too. So that is the end of my questions. I'm going to stop sharing my screen so I can see everybody.
Okay, great.
Happy to take other questions.
Yeah, so why don't we look at Councillor Drake? And we can all watch a screen here and try and identify people. If you put up your hand, that's great. And we'll make sure that people can get a chance to talk to Shazana and Wisdom. So Councillor Drake, and then I see Sherry Chisholm or Jim Chisholm, one of the Chisholms. So Councillor Drake, go ahead, please.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you, Shazana, for responding to the questions. A few follow-up ones I have, if I may. First, appreciate the offer to assist with the engineering study. And there's no question, anything we want to do, we actually have to have an engineering study so we know realistically what kind of cost range, because people are speculating at the moment, as would council be without such a study. And I think Mayor Ross addressed this, but you're saying you would support us in the engineering study for the entire path?
Yeah, that's what it, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, then second, I've been concerned that if, and I do appreciate, because you've cited it several times, that the municipality is not bound until it hits specific deadlines for delivery of the project. And I think in our case, we would hit that deadline, not this year, but the year after, right? We'd have to expend the 4 years of shared dollars have to lead to a section of approved MUP within that 4th year. Is that correct?
That is correct. The construction has to be completed in that 4th year. I will say we have had municipalities ask for extensions. Extensions are possible as well. You're muted. Sorry, Councillor Drake, you're muted.
Am I still muted?
No, you're
Not
good.
in.
Okay, yeah. So Yeah, I take your comment to say, yeah, there's a faint hope you could go beyond 4, but realistically, you're probably looking at a decision within the 4th year. You are offering to help us get an estimate on the cost of this. Let's suppose we get to the point of decision and decide for some reason we can't go ahead.
Mhm.
Are you saying that the grants you provided, for example, the engineering study, which I think may ultimately be of use, even if that happened, we wouldn't have to repay that? I was wondering whether that was a sunk cost for us.
We would pay you 75% of the engineering
Okay.
study.
I
Yes,
understand. So we're in for 25% of that cost.
correct.
We may, and it's not the first time we've undertaken things which later proved to be useful, and I think that could meet that requirement.
Mhm.
Another question that I have, if you don't mind, Your Worship, mind if I run through 4 or 5 here?
Okay, why don't we do this? Why don't you do 2 more?
Yeah.
And then if it's okay, I'll keep moving through this list and people can add themselves back on. And we'll just ask people to listen if anything's been kind of covered off.
Understood. Yeah, I can manage it with just one more question.
Okay,
One
thank you.
question that several people have raised with me, and I certainly have sympathy with, is that within this very rural community, and one which started with people working with basic amenities, we would impact a number of private driveways in the process of building the MUP, I would expect.
Mm.
And I wanted to know whether in this type of work, where we would impact the driveway, is there a cost to the homeowner? Sorry, let me be clear. I'm assuming the driveways are actually on public land, that the portion of land we want to use is public, but for understandable reasons, people have put in driveways on it, as have many people in the village. So it might impact that driveway or require some redesign work.
I
Is
see.
there a cost to the property owner in that case?
So if Translink would consider that a cost of the project, if the village had to redo the driveway, I don't know if that's a cost to the property owner or if it's a cost to the village. If it was a cost to the village, then we would reimburse for that.
So you would cover, for example, 3/4, that could be included within our cost of construction.
It could, because if you had to, if you destroyed a part of the driveway and it's within the limits of the construction, absolutely, we would, it's part of doing that work. So we wouldn't repave somebody's entire driveway though.
Yeah, I think,
Yeah.
Exactly. I think in recognition of the challenges of construction in Valcara in the past and today, we wouldn't want a property owner to incur that cost. That's fine. They may have a driveway that is extended out onto public land. We would deal with the portion on public land. We would make the driveway effective, but it wouldn't be at a cost. And that doesn't strike you as an unreasonable position for the village to take?
No.
Okay.
It's a eligible cost, isn't it? I'm pretty sure in the list.
Yes, yeah, that would be eligible.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Drake. And we'll go to Jim or Sherry, please.
Here,
Welcome.
Sherry Chisholm here. So the amount that we're applying for now is just phase 1 of the project.
Mhm.
So as long as we complete that phase 1, then we get the grant money.
Yep, correct.
Now, when we go into phase 2, if we don't complete phase 2, then we don't get the grant money.
So you would need to apply again for phase 2. Right now, all the money is for one phase. I believe that
Okay.
900,000 is for just one section.
Yeah, because as I see it, it's quite as simple to do the first phase. It's very wide there. It's just a matter of culverting ditches, and there's only 2 driveways. So that would be easy. Beyond that, there's just not the room. I mean, we have rock cliffs. So that's my comment.
Yeah, and so the design would hopefully help us understand what would be entailed. Like if it is a rock cliff, like how much of that you need, like the cost of that second phase, absolutely. And then we would, you would look, okay, so now we know that the first phase was 958,000 and the second phase is 1.2 million because you have to add some retaining walls. Then you look to seek for funding, not only for Translink, but from the province. There's also the federal government provides funding. And especially if you're partnered with a regional municipality and a provincial municipality, there's also federal funding available. And so there are other sources that you could look to get funding for future phases.
Yes, this is a very big project for 300 homes. That's a lot on each taxpayer. And I guess half the community won't ever get to use it because we're beyond the Edward Bay Road.
I see.
So anyways, that's my comments. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you, Sherry. Appreciate that. And Penny, go ahead, please. Welcome.
Mute. There, you got me. Thank you. Penny Moen, Bedwell Bay Road. I'm just trying to understand your presentation. The first page that we looked at, there's an approximate cost of $1 million. What does that cover and where did that estimate come from?
So Wisdom, help me remind me. So we received an application that for the multi-use path, and in that application showed the cost amount, and that cost came from the village's engineer. I think they've employed ISL to support in submitting that application. So that's where we got the cost estimate from.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, so that isn't an estimated cost for the project.
That is an estimated cost for the first phase of the project, right, Wisdom?
Yes, so that cost estimate was provided by the village consultant, and that the 700K budget is what the consultant has estimated to be.
But what does that mean, first phase?
So I think the entire length was we don't know what the cost of the entire length. I think the first section is, what are the two rows, midden to the other, what's the section?
West
Midden
to West Road.
Yeah, so that's the first, what I'm calling it the first phase, the first section. That first section is that 958, which includes the design cost of the entire multi-use path.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Penny. And then I believe we have Peter and Deb Struck, or one of the two.
There. Hi, it's Deborah. How many driveways? I thought I had read something that might be 40 to 45 people who will have property expropriated for the entire MUP. Is that correct?
I did not read that anywhere.
Well, is there a counselor who is kind of knows the whole string, how many driveways that would impact, or somebody on staff? How many people will have to have property expropriated? That's a huge concern for me. The other concern is not just the driveways, and probably even more importantly, is where the water meters are, because that was a project within the village the last few years, and some of the water meters are not right on the driveways or near, they're at another place in front of the properties. So then that would also be impacted to do with where the MUP would be. And then of course, as in my letters, previous letters, are my big concern is to do with covering the culverts and damaging that environment with doing that work. And also the cost to do with maintenance of paving or snow shoveling and salting the MUP. Those are my big concerns. And so I don't know that, I guess those would all be cost bore just by the village in terms of maintenance. So, but I don't know if there is an answer to do with whether or not the water meters have been looked at in terms of placement, and how many properties will have property, homeowners will have property expropriated, and at what cost to do with the expropriation.
So if I could, thank you for that. Let me
Thank you,
find
Jim.
out if, Chris, are you on to give some? Okay, so sure, you've been on before, so I'm going to just go to Chris to see if he can give some answers to that. And then it looks like we'd be coming to you because we don't have any other speakers up. So Chris?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Ross. To answer the expropriation question, there would be zero expropriation, or in a very rare instance would there ever be expropriation. Expropriation is something as a last resort. Just so clear on what expropriation means, it literally means the municipality buying land from another landowner, exercising rights to do so. We would never look to do that for such a project. We'd always look to have it within the road right away. So expropriation perhaps might be the wrong word, Deborah. Maybe you mean impacts the properties. Impacts the properties. I suspect there might be about in that ballpark of around 40 driveways, which I wouldn't say are, but may be impacted. Yeah, and then sorry, the final, there was another piece to the question. Sorry, I forgot the second question. Oh, the water meters. The answer is no, the water meters have not been reviewed at this point in time.
So sorry, do you mean that there are no water meters anywhere along where the MUP would be?
The answer is we don't know yet because we haven't completed any design, so we can answer that question at this point.
Ah, okay, so you don't know that one yet. Okay, good. And then, I mean, so the right of ways along all of the properties, the whole length of the MUP, there's none where it would have to be expropriated, just that it would impact. And that would be roughly 40 to 45 people's driveways. Is that correct?
Like I said, I can't answer how many driveways would be impacted. We would look always through the design not to impact people's driveways and minimize impact wherever possible and keep everything on the road right away. However, just my general knowledge of Belcar, I know there has been a fair bit of encroachment onto the road right away of people's driveways at this point in time. So that would definitely be something to be looked at and try to be mitigated wherever possible.
Okay, right. And then Jamie, if through you to whoever is on staff, with regards to my question to do with looking at the maintenance of the MUP, to do with salting, to do with snow removal and stuff like that. Has that been looked into?
We'll ask Stuart to comment on that, but go ahead, Stuart. Did you hear the question?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Ross.
Yep, you're welcome.
Well, first of all, if the multi-use path is designed and constructed, it's an automatic that staff will be obligated to maintain it. And that will be part of our task, is to automatically maintain it to the best of our abilities. As Shazana did indicate, we may be able to claim some of those costs or extra costs to our Translink roads. So yes, we'll definitely be expecting to maintain them, and it will take extra hours. However, I don't see it impacting our budget significantly because that would mostly be done during daytime hours.
Right. Okay. And then the other question probably.
So, if I could, we're getting close to the end though, right? Because we're going to keep going through people and we can come back, right?
Yeah. Just a quick question is
sure.
The impact to do with runoff, because as the road is increased by that length, then there will be much more runoff and running down the pathway. So has that been looked at, that impact? And that's it. That's my last question.
Okay, thank you.
I think maybe Chris would look at that in his design.
Okay, and he's got his hand up, so I think he's anticipated your question. So Chris, go ahead, please. Thank you.
Chris, you're on mute.
Yep.
Shazana anticipated the answer. Yes, that would be something that we would look at to make sure the existing culverts were the right size. And as part of the structures program, that's one of the things that we would be looking at, is to ensure that there's significant capacity under the major road network to make sure it doesn't get washed out during a major storm event. And then just to add to Stuart's comment about maintenance, one of the things within the multi-user pathway, that because it's the right size, you can actually drive the maintenance vehicles up and down the pathway. So, you know, you can use a snowplow to do such a operation to minimize the requirement from staff where possible.
Okay, good. So I think that answered those questions for you, Deborah. And we're now on to Brian Hirsch. Welcome.
Thank you for that. Presumably the consultant costs thus far is just for our first section. That's from Midden to West Road. That the council has, the village has incurred those costs just for that one section. That the costs so far have not included the full length of Bedwell Bay Road.
No, the design, construction, the engineering costs are all for the entire length. I believe, Chris, that's the design cost, the 240, yep, 243,000 is for the entire length for the multi-use path and the culverts.
Correct. The costs incurred by the municipality so far are just for the concept designs created from the Midden to what I call the tennis courts. Just for that one section that we kind of concepted out to generate some cost estimates for that section.
Just for that section thus far.
Correct.
The second thing is, Your Worship, to you is that I presume that this evening's session is primarily to seek clarification from the Translink representatives, and that we will have an opportunity later on at meetings in the future to decide and to debate whether, in fact, this whole project is worthwhile and justified from a village point of view. So it's not the place for tonight is to debate that. It's just to ask Translink for clarification on certain issues.
Yeah, I would concur with you that the intent was, and there's a breadth of questions, and to bring them together and try and get some clarity when we can. And I think we've been collectively doing that. But I don't see tonight as being a decision-making time. I see that as somewhere down the road. And first of all, you point out, and others have, you need to be able to ascertain what the potential costs are going to be for a full thing. So that I would be 100% with you, Brian. I believe on that we're not looking to make any decisions tonight. There is a piece that we may go back and just get some more clarification about some of those costs, like the MUP costs, and also the design costs and the design costs for the culvert, because there may be some pieces, but that wouldn't be happening tonight either. So yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and appreciate your questions. And Sherry, my apologies. And nothing to do with Brian, but you were on and I somehow was going off with other people. So you're back now. Would you like to please speak? Thank you.
That's Jim.
No, it'll be me.
Oh, Jim. Okay.
A couple of quick ones.
Sure.
How much have we expended in engineering costs so far?
Let's.
The village has spent.
Okay. So
just ballpark.
Yeah. So where is Chris?
I don't quote me on the number, but not very much. Well, in my terms, not very much. I would say maybe $3,000 or $4,000 for what we've done so far.
Okay. The other thing is, how are we going to take care of the 4-year escalation clause? The costs are probably going to be at least 50% higher by the 4th year. How is that going to be dealt with? If you,
I give you maybe a little bit of facetious answer. I hope we're not at 50% increase in 4 years, but I mean, Shazana, I think you can talk about your program funding side of things, but from our side, construction costs do go up and down for sure.
got a cost of living coming up close to 10% per year, probably for a while.
Yeah, so what the allocation amounts that we provide municipalities include inflation costs already put forward. But in terms of how we're going to account for that, that's when you do the budget, there's this contingency amount that you've always put as a line item, and that's monies set aside specifically for cost escalation. And so depending on kind of how comfortable people feel about the cost estimate, you can make that amount 30% of your total budget, 50% if you want. How much money you want to set aside for contingency is what will help you feel comfortable with any escalation costs. So that's kind of how usually we do the budgeting.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jim. And then I'm seeing Shane Elford, so welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Ross. My question is regarding Shoshana. You mentioned the goal is to make this as accessible to as many people as possible. Are there any rules or guidelines regarding like maximum gradient that a slope can be on the path? I don't know, like I'm an avid cyclist. I ride that road regularly. It is a very difficult road to ride. I don't see casual cyclists being able to ride it. I don't see anybody with mobility issues being able to walk up and down that path, particularly the middle section between the section from Main Road down to, is it Kelly Road? And then on the west side, it's also very steep just below the access to the Village Hall.
Yeah, that's an excellent question. There are guidelines around grade, and it's going to be Chris's problem to fix the design so that he can meet those guidelines. So I think this is absolutely a good thing to raise. And again, that's what the design is supposed to help us flesh out, is that can we, you know, if the grade is so steep, if it's like 6% in some areas, that how are we going to mitigate against that, or how are we going to move forward with the project? So we do have to look at that, but that again is a design thing.
Yeah, it's actually about 12% or even higher. It's very steep, so
yeah,
that will be a very challenging section.
Yeah, absolutely. But to answer your first question, yes, there are guidelines on this. Yeah.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Shane. Appreciate that. Thank you. And I have Penny, and then I have Councillor Clark.
Hi, thank you. To that end, if there are restrictions on the grade, wouldn't it be prudent to check that and find out whether that eliminates us from the possibility of funding immediately?
So that's what the design, so you can design things so that it can meet the guidelines, or you could design things so such that it's comfortable. So it wouldn't, if you cannot meet the design guides, we would look to see the village's engineer to say, look, we can't meet it for XYZ reason, but I still feel that it is comfortable to move forward with the grade that I'm proposing. And so it doesn't eliminate you if you have tried your best to meet as much as possible. If you put forward, say for your width, if you put forward a 1 meter path when the design guide says it has to be a minimum of 2.4, then that would eliminate you 100%. But you're trying your best to mitigate, to meet the grades. We don't know that until the design comes forward and we can see what the most difficult grade section is. I don't know that right now. I don't know if Chris knows that off the top of his head either. So it wouldn't eliminate the project in my mind.
Okay,
yeah,
but
sorry, Penny, go.
Sorry, if there is some requirement, then I would say go straight to that, because we're limited unless we're wanting to rebuild the roads and I mean, I don't understand how you get past that, because you're looking at putting a path alongside the roadway. So whatever the grade is on the roadway, that's going to be the grade of the path. So if that's going to be a deal breaker, I think maybe that's what we look at before we engage an engineer to do an entire plot.
Do you want to, if we could, and I know maybe we can, I hear Chris saying something in the background. So maybe we can go to Chris, see, because he'd be the person tasked with that. I think we're hearing something from Shoshana, but she's also saying it would be on Chris's plate. So maybe let's go to Chris, then we'll I think that will maybe you can hear that. And if you have a comment, Penny, and then we'll go to Councillor Clark after. Is that all right for both of you? So Chris, where are you, my friend?
Right here, right here.
Okay.
Yeah, so there are obviously the section that Shane talked about there as you go down the hill from Maine down towards Kelly, I believe it is. That's perhaps one of the steepest sections. Off the top of my head, I suspect it is probably around a 12% grade in and around there. When I say off the top of my head, I've cheated and I've used Google Earth to tell me that it's more like around 12% in some sections. I mean, in my opinion, it doesn't preclude from completing a pathway. It means you have to put other provisions in, such as rest areas, such as other kind of techniques to give people an opportunity. So to put in perspective, disability ramps can be up to 12%, but you need to give landings and breaks within that area then to allow people to rest. So they're the kind of things that we would look for to mitigate those circumstances. You know, if you're an avid cyclist, you probably just bomb straight up and down the hill. But if not so much, you're going to look to have these rest areas to use them. I mean, if you want me to rant about mobility, I would say there's more mobility in having a pathway than not having a pathway. So that's the way I would personally look at it.
Penny?
That's it.
Yep, no, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you for that. Now to you, Councillor Clark. Go ahead, please.
Thank you very much, Mayor Ross.
You're welcome.
Well, first I'd like to thank Susanna and all the residents for the good questions. There has been some great questions here tonight. Back in the last meeting when we when council was to approve this applying for this grant, I voted no. So I have my concerns about this project. But I feel compelled to ask one question. So I guess through the chair to Susanna. Susanna, I heard you saying, like on your table there on your presentation, you showed that the minimum width of the path could be 2.7. However, upon discussing the width, you also said 2.4. So which one is it? Which one is the minimum?
Yeah, so 2.4 would be when you have to get an engineer to sign off to say that this is going to be acceptable. Some engineers don't feel comfortable having 2.4 on some roads, so they may not sign off on that. So if you have it 2.7, then you don't need anyone to sign off because this 2.7 is meeting the minimum kind of standard there. We always recommend 3, but in some sections they haven't been able to do that. So when you get to 2.4, that's when we expect an engineer sign off. For between 2.4 to 2.7.
Okay, thank you. So that answers the first question. The second question, it's a bit more of a tricky one. So I understand you're saying that every municipality has taken advantage of this in the region. Obviously we're quite different from anywhere around, and even to the closest municipalities being Bowen Island and Lions Bay, we're still quite different than them, especially by population. We don't have as many people here. However, is there, for small communities like us with very difficult, challenging topography, would Translink, rather than if we don't complete this project or if council decides not to go ahead for any reason with this project, you said that the remaining funds would go to other municipalities. Have Translink ever considered perhaps accommodating a grant that will make more sense for municipalities like us, like Belcarra, that has a different topography, very narrow roads? It would be great if we could look into another grant that would fit our needs better. I do feel since the beginning, and I still feel the same to date, that this is not the right grant and it's not the right project for us for a number of reasons that I have already said in previous meetings. But I do feel compelled to ask if Translink, if this council decides at some point that this is not the right project, would Translink go back to the drawing table and perhaps come up with a different grant that would work for us? Because basically this money is money that's being allocated for our municipality. And if we don't use it that way, we would still like to use it in a way that makes more sense to us with a project that would be more appropriate for our topography as well as our taxpayers, because there's very few of them that would be sharing the cost And as you know, it's difficult because here, when you talk about projects, you're talking pretty much about taxation or cuts of service to pay for those, because we don't have any commercial or industrial tax base. So we're in a, it gives you another challenge there from a cost perspective. So I guess, my position is that I would like Translink to at some point look into this and perhaps come up with a grant that would make more sense for a municipality like ours. Thank you.
So why don't we have Shazana take the first answer on that, and then I will come on and I will provide an answer too. I think it's a good thing that you've kind of pointed out, Councillor Clark. So Shazana, would you like to do that piece?
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. So the guidelines that we have for how we use the funds are actually decided by the mayors when they put forward the plan, what we in 2014, the mayor's vision, and they dictated how the money needed to be used. So the guidelines we have came from those directions. And so if you would like to see smaller municipalities or different municipalities have different needs, that would be something that would need to come from the mayors. And so that is the work that you could see this next work under the new vision I keep talking about. Maybe you're going to see that. Yeah. So that's where you would see that. So right now we cannot make any changes to the guidelines that in kind of what you're saying, in that direction that you're saying, because the description of how we should use the money has already been preset. And so that's kind of how we leave that.
Okay, thank you very much, Susanna. Yeah, that answers my question and perhaps gives a challenge to the board, to Translink board and mayors. Thank you very much.
Well, I said I would add on, and I will add on differently and not in opposition to Shazana, but I will say that, and all of you are aware, I've spoken from time to time, there are different and key and critical roles for staff. And I've always said with Translink, we have incredible staff. And you're seeing that tonight. You're seeing them give very even-handed, very specific advice. But I would say that political people and leaders' job is to simply move away from that staff and look to do what is possible. So in a public meeting of Translink, and in a very respectful way, I said that I struggled when I heard about these grants, and the people before, I wanted to acknowledge particular mayors from small villages that were able to get it from 50 to 75%. I think they had done an outstanding job. But I have sat at numerous negotiating tables and bargaining tables, and I said that I saw us at 75% simply from the outside watching, not able to access because of the size of our community. So I said, I want to work with Translink and I want to work with my colleagues on that board. And I don't believe ever when you walk in a room that if you have a 75% number, that you are content with that number. So the work that happens does not happen always in public, but you can be rest assured that it's not in my makeup to sit at 75%. And it's also in my makeup to work in cooperative ways. But I will say that access to parks, which as we look at a whole range of things about the number of people that are coming here and how people are always talking about how many people are coming to parks, it's important to say that on that access to parks, being able to get people out of cars, to give them an alternate set, checks off every box that is available, from climate change to changing people's ability to and desire to use different types. So to say this, that our village is on the outside looking in, and some other mayors have been quite helpful to say, don't worry, Jamie, I can help you. If you can't use the money, we'll take it from you tomorrow and we'll spend it. And so we are going to be moving ahead. And that's why when Brian talked about when it makes sense to do things, I think we'll know the vision, we'll know what we're able to as a group of people cooperatively do sometime about the end of, May 15th or the end of May. And so what I'd like to do at the end of this is kind of go back and see what we have right now with Shazana and review some of the things that you did at the beginning. But Councillor Clark, I think a great thing. And definitely I'm on it, and I am very comfortable being on it. And there's other people that are quite interested in it too. Okay.
May I just add one thing? I think I'm not so much talking about the 75-25 share. I think that was a pretty significant victory. And oh my gosh, if we could accomplish 100, it would be even better. I'm more concerned about the guidelines of the existing grants. So the cost is a great victory, in my view, that we already were able with the small municipalities mayor to get to that 75%. And I'm looking forward to when they get to 100%, that would be great. However, what concerns me right now, it's the guidelines. So I feel when I look at grants available from Translink, I feel that none of them really fits our needs. It's either always more than what we can do, or too many guidelines to accommodate, given our topography. So that I just wanted to make that clear. Thank you.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm not worried about that, but I do think you won't hear me saying 75% is a good place to stay. If we were at full costing, if we were at some other things, and the only way you get there is to look beyond. And the 75% was a good piece, but it's unattainable. And we're hearing that from other villages who it's really hard for them to do. So anyways, helpful. And let's go to the next person. We've got a couple of lists here. So thank you for that. Marianne Pope, welcome.
So I think you had Councillor Snell was next on the list. He's got a black hand. Sorry.
Councillor Snell. Okay. I always got to look at your black hand. Go ahead.
Yeah, I try to make it so it stood out against the yellow wall.
That's okay.
We've had some great questions that were put up for us to look at, and we've also received a lot of feedback over the last few weeks. This project has been in discussion now for quite some time.
Yep.
And there's a lot of emotion attached to it both ways, and we've heard people saying they just plain don't want it. Some say we don't need it. Some are making claims that the topography makes it makes it impractical. Some are saying that we really can't afford it, even at 75%. With one only has to do some simple calculations on a napkin to realise you are up in the 8 to 10 to 12 million to do the whole thing, which still leaves a major chunk for the for the villagers. We have only 50% of the villagers that would live anywhere near the where the road would be. And we do have a lot of higher priority projects within the village that we probably need to be attending to. Now, we're not, as you mentioned to Brian Hirsch, that we're not making any decisions tonight. And so we'll need to be taking all of those questions and comments we had earlier, along with those we've been picking up on the way into consideration when we do make the vote. But there's just two small points I picked up on the presentation this evening. Was that Translink were very cognizant of the fact that the road leads to the park, and there would be a lot of easier access to the park. And I see the nod there that comment was valid. And I also noted that any stretch of the multi-use path, i.e. the first phase, the traffic on it would be monitored very, very closely to see if the project was in fact justified, and that would give guidance moving forward. It's not a section of road that is highly used by pedestrian traffic, as I say, and again, I'm not sure most of the traffic for the park is encouraged to go outside of the village, as I think, and a lot of people in the village were welcomed when the Tum Tum Drive was opened. So it did keep a lot of the traffic out of the village. So, as I say, we're not making a decision tonight. It's going to be a very tough decision. There's an awful lot for us to think about. So thank you for that.
Thanks, John. And over to Marianne Pope. Thank you for alerting me to John and his black cat. Okay, go ahead, Marianne, please.
Hi, thank you, Your Worship. First of all, I just want to say that I really like the idea of multi-user pathways. I'm deeply concerned about climate change. I think everybody has a responsibility to take it very seriously and do whatever is in our power as individuals, as communities, as villages to reduce our carbon footprint. That said, I can't help seeing what John Snell just said, which is that the route to Belcarra Park that people are driving right now when they want to go to the park, the million visitors, who I also welcome because I depend upon the other municipalities in the Lower Mainland for my hospitals, my schools, my grocery stores, my everything. So I feel like I live in a park, and the people who have a hospital in their community can come out and enjoy this park. But is there any consideration about possibly routing the multi-user pathway on Tumwayton Drive?
Do you want to do that, Shazana? Do you want to answer that, or?
I'm not sure how to answer it. What was put forward, usually municipalities provide Translink with an idea of what they would like to build. And so that's typically how it happens. It wasn't something that was raised to us in our application. The application that we have in front of us is for it being along Bedwell Bay Road. The extent of which we could support through the design phase was because it was on Bedwell Bay Road. So being on another road wasn't something we actually explored in this application phase.
Okay, good. Okay. Thank you, Marianne.
Quiet.
Jim.
Hi, is Sherry Chisholm.
Okay.
Marianne Pope has made a very good point. We're talking about access to the park, and Tumwayton Drive is supposed to be the access that's used. I think that could work for everybody because there are a lot of problems with it coming through Bedwell Bay Road. I mean, it's a big project, and it wouldn't be nearly as big going up to Tumwayton. And people who want to visit the park, that's the road they're supposed to use. So I sure hope the councillors will look at that as a really good alternate opportunity. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Sherry. Okay, it looks like, and I think, Sherry, were you taking your hand down now? Thank you. Yes. And then Colleen McDonald. I think you're next.
Thank you for the opportunity. Shazana, thank you so much for the information. It was delightful to hear the answer to the questions. There are so many people in Belcarra Village who are excited about this opportunity, who want this opportunity. There's actually quite a large silent majority that are watching, and they really want this to happen. And I'm going to represent them as the silent majority who are afraid to speak up because there's quite a contingent of loud no's. But anyways, that having been said, I understand from what you're saying tonight that we need the design. And without the design, these questions aren't answered. And so I'm asking our team, Chris and Stuart and Jamie and you, is it possible to get started on a design?
is it possible to get started on a design? We can, so we would, that structures grant funding application that was put forward, that won't get approved until Wisdom told me July. If everything goes forward. So that's when the funding will get approved. But we will reimburse any costs from the starting of 2022. So the question to start the design might not be with me.
Yeah.
Okay.
So to answer that, and I see that we've got one speaker left, and Jim or Sherry. So why don't we take you, and then let's go back to, if we could, the piece in your presentation at the beginning where you've got those different things, because I think there is a piece there that is I think it's probably important in Belcarra we understand what it could provide for us if we were to act on it, because I think you spoke about that, but I think I just want people to understand what it is. So Sherry, why don't you go ahead, and then maybe we can go to that part and talk about that, because go ahead, Sherry.
I just feel that I certainly talk to lots of people call me, and everybody thinks it can't be done, that the terrain in the village won't allow it. So I beg to differ with Mrs. McDonald on this. The majority of the people do not want this. They do not want to pay for it. And the park should provide access to the park. And when Marianne Pope suggested that, it just, to me, it just turned on a light bulb. It's so simple. And let the park provide it, or let's get Block 48 back. If they're not going to provide access, let's say they reneged on our deal.
Thank you.
So
that's my feeling.
Yeah, and I just want to kind of highlight a bit that you know, people are coming to it tonight, and it's really good. There's been lots of listening, lots of things, but there's also the piece that I'm always pleased when we hear different speakers talking from different perspectives in a way that's respectful, because you know, people are often going to have a view that's different, and the way we're going to get to that is by making sure that we not only are able to express ours, but listen to other people's too. And we've done it quite, yeah. So
absolutely agree with you, but our terrain doesn't allow it. I think sometimes people talk and have opinions, and all they need to do is be somewhat enlightened about the terrain and the costs.
Okay, well, sometimes I get close to the mark, but what I want to do is be able to kind of keep this going in a way that we're, you know, listening, and all of us, not just you, or not just Colleen. So I'm gonna just, I saw, here's what I'm gonna do. Okay, it looks like we've got all hands down. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And so can we go back, Shazana, to the part, and I believe it's right at the front of your presentation. And I think it talks about if
this one?
Yeah, that one. So that to me, but I just want to be sure that I'm accurate on that. That's got some pieces up there around design engineering and about the structures part. And as I understand, but you tell me if this is correct. As I understand, I believe Belcarra, and it would need to come to council, and that's why when Brian talked about it, I was in agreement with him that I don't think there aren't decisions to be made tonight, and there may not be decisions to be made for a while. But I just wanted to know this: if does that part there, if council were at some point to apply for it, does it allow us to get the design work done that would go from the, you know, as you call, I think, the engineering or the stuff on paper that basically tells us what it costs for the MUP, right?
Mhm.
And in addition, is there also a piece there that we get to, because it makes good engineering sense, to go in and look at something like a culvert? And so if we were to do that, what we come out of it is a design for the MUP, the engineering design, and then also a design work for the culvert. And we get it for essentially the Village of Belcarre share, and for some it may be too high, but of 60,000. Is that correct? That we
That's
would
correct.
get?
Yep.
Pardon me?
That's correct. You're right. Absolutely.
Okay.
You would get both the culvert and the multi-use path design from that.
And that multi-use path design would be able to tell us what we do, you know, what the cost from one end to the other, right, is, correct?
Correct. Yeah. So
Okay.
you could conceptually look at, so what they have various classes in engineering in terms of a class A estimate is like when you're
Yes.
5% close to the actual cost, and a class D estimate is you're 40% out. It's kind of a guess. And so you can have, the more you do your design, the closer you'll get to the actual cost, because you'll know how much you'll have to encroach and all of that. So that's doing the design will get you closer.
Right, right. And that's a piece that that's a piece that would at an appropriate time, and I certainly don't see it as tonight, but as we're looking, and there's a variety of things, what we would, if council decided to do that, we would come away with a culvert design, and we would come away with the MUP design. And what would happen if at some point we decided we couldn't go forward? Do we have to essentially reimburse for that, other than the 60,000? But do we have to? We don't give back the culvert design. We have it forever.
No, you
right?
keep it. You
And
get to keep it, and it's there for future construction. If you, when should that come about? Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't lose anything that way.
Yeah. So that's a piece that one of the options that council could take a look at doing, if they wanted to do that, and that would get us two valuable pieces for, am I right, a $60,000 share?
That's right. That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, okay, so I to me, when that's one of the things, like, just because I don't know all the ins and outs of these programs, but for me, that piece, council being able to look at that at some point, but not tonight and not the next night, but somewhere down the future, at least, for us to do it, and then possibly to look at other things that people are suggesting too. So anyways,
Mayor Ross, can I just
Yes.
add something? Something about timing.
Okay.
And so you could see that the 2020, this is for the 2022 MRN structures, that design application. So Wisdom needs to put forward, because we received applications, 150 applications across the region, and so the Wisdom has to put forward which projects out of the 150 we're going to fund. That decision, I believe, needs to happen in May
26, yeah.
May
Okay.
26th. Yes. So
Okay.
it's we can't hold out that long in that sense. So I just want to give you a little bit of the timing. If you plan to move forward, or if you plan to withdraw, we would need to know that definitely before May.
Okay. And so, and in terms of that, we would need to, if we're looking at that part of either withdrawing or going forward on that, we would need to do it before before the beginning of May, like.
Yes,
get it to you?
absolutely. Yeah.
Okay.
We'd have to confirm whether the council is supportive of moving forward with the design, and then we'll keep the application in as part of the funding package that Wisdom is going to recommend. So that if there isn't support for that, we would just remove it and then use the funds for another project. Because all of our programs, the request for how much money, how the request we get is more than how much money we have. So we're what we call oversubscribed always. So there's always another uni looking for funds.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're saying sometime, just just so I'm clear and others are clear, by, if we were doing that, we would need to do it one way or the other by the end of April. Is that right?
That's correct. That's to
Okay.
access funds for this program year. If you
Yeah.
cannot make a decision by then, we could just cancel all the applications, and then you can look to come to seek funding in a future year when you feel ready.
Okay. Okay. That's helpful then. Thank you. Thanks very much. Okay. Okay. We've got some more people. So let me just.
Jamie, Paula's had her hand up for quite some time.
Yeah. Just we'll get to her. Okay. I want to freeze. So Paula, you go ahead, and then what I'm going to do is, okay, go ahead, Paula.
I have somebody who can't get on because of a technical issue and has asked a question. That's Dana Fitz and Klaus Bever. And this may have been answered, but I just want to record it that they had their question asked. Considering Belcarre's small size and few households, the enthusiasm for supporting a multi-use path is largely guided by our financial concerns. In that context, are you aware of additional funding opportunities that may secure a preliminary engineering study? Now, you may have answered that.
Yeah, that's okay. So the province has active transportation grant. They do not do preliminary design. They don't do that. There is a federal active transportation grant that you can submit. That is due on March 31st. So it's a little bit late for that one. They might have it again next year. I do believe they will fund a preliminary design phase through the federal government, but that's a more extensive application that maybe is an opportunity in a future year.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Paula, and thanks, Lisa, wherever you were. Thank you. So here's what I'm going to do in the interest of moving forward. We have some first time and some second time speakers, but I'm going to say that we'll have Joel, Marianne, and Jim or Sherry, and then we will put a line under and we'll finish up this item because we've got some other things that we need to go to. Is that makes sense to people? Because we're getting a combination of first and second time. So we'll go ahead, Joel Drake, and then Marianne, and then Jim, and then we will look to seal this off.
Thank you. I just had a question. You guys were talking about the application process being in May, and I wasn't quite clear about if the application doesn't go through in May, does that mean the project is finished, or does that mean that we can go forward with it in a future year? I assumed originally that we could wait till 2024 to make a decision, but I would just like to hear some clarification about that.
Yeah, no, those are good questions, and I'd love to clarify. So what this means, so right now there is an application submitted to Translink to say that Translink, please set aside this money for us for structures, for construction. That's what the request is. You need a council support to support those applications. Now, in May, what the decision needs to be is that we have received requests for funding more funds than we actually have available. So we have to cut out of the 150 applications, we have to cut projects out that don't qualify for funding. And so that sometimes are projects that are withdrawn or applications that are withdrawn. So that is the May deadline. Now, what this means is that if you say the project doesn't move forward, you don't get support, it doesn't mean that you cannot reapply for funding in a future program year. So we have these programs every year, which is probably making municipalities sick, but we will start the 2023 program year in September. So we will request applications again in September. So if you don't want to move forward in in May, you will have an opportunity to reapply in September, October, around that time. But that means that we will not, if you start the project, you have to start it in 2023 because that's for the 2023 program year. And every project has 4 years to complete. So you can start it in 2023, but you do have to complete it by the end of that 4th year. and then you'll receive your funds. So you don't, some people don't start in the first year. Some people actually start the construction or the design in the fourth year, because that is their plan and they can believe they can meet that plan. But it is a bit up to the municipalities on how they want to structure, because they're the ones delivering the project. Feel like I'm
Okay.
confusing.
Thank you. And the second question I had was, if we decide that certain areas of the community were too difficult,
Yep.
there's nothing stopping us from doing the sections that we could do with the Translink money. Is that correct?
No, there's nothing stopping you. Nope, not Translink. Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Joel. And then we'll go on to Marianne and then finish up with either Jim or Sherry. Looks like maybe Sherry, but Marianne, go ahead, please.
Hi, Shazana, I just wanted to thank you and Wisdom for coming out and explaining this program. And I just wanted to say that I don't have, in terms of the initial design, feasibility engineering study, if it's going to cost $60,000 for the village, I think that works out to about a couple $100 per household. Am I right? A few $100. And I don't have any objection, to that, to spending the money to at least explore the possibility building some of it. I don't personally have any objection to the location of it. It's just feedback that I have received and thinking about the road itself, the narrowness of the road, the size of being 2.7 to 3 meters wide, that, if this doesn't work out, I'd love to see it on the road to the park. I'd be fully supportive of Belcarra helping to pay for it. For me, it's not about the money. It's about, is it realistic and doable? Because if it's going to cost $9 or $10 million, then we're talking big bucks for the village.
Thank you, Marianne. Did you want to, Shazana, did you want to?
Well, I was just gonna say
Yeah.
that Chris does excellent design work, and I'm sure that he will be able to put together a good design that gives you a very good, like a good understanding of what it would be, what is entailed in doing the whole project, where the difficult sections are. That's what the spending the money to do the design will help you make an informed decision. And maybe it's $10 million, or maybe it's less than that. But having the design will give you the opportunity to access funds from other levels of government, even the federal government, where that allows design work. They usually favor projects that are ready to be constructed, because that looks a lot nicer when things are constructed versus when things are done on paper. So getting the design and having it in your back pocket, which we're trying to provide that opportunity through the structures program, having the culverts, having that design, it could sit on your shelf and you can go access that to other levels of government, not just Translink. So there is those future opportunities that can be had from doing the design.
Okay, great. Thank you. And Sherry, did you?
Yeah, it just seems to me that we're really not sure yet that we can build this thing. And if we've got 60,000, why don't we put it towards our need for water for firefighting? I hope that the councillors are listening to what most of the people on this meeting are saying. Jamie, I understand that you would like to see this go forward. I just hope that the councillors will stand their ground and not go for it.
No, I appreciate that. And I will let you know, Sherry, that I would like it to go ahead. I'd like it to be explored, but not at any cost, I'm a taxpayer here too. So I mean, there's a difference between exploring and there's a difference to committing,
Yeah, but right now we really have a need for firefighting water, and everything should be poured into that, in my opinion.
Okay. Yep. That's fair. That's fair enough. That's more than legitimate. So thank you very much. And I'd like to, at this point, on behalf of everybody in the room, thank very much Shazana for coming and giving, I think, excellent answers on a range of things, and for Wisdom for your work. And I think we've been well served by that. And to me, it's also a chance to show the diversity, the different thoughts, and the different passions that people have for things in this village, but our ability to do it in a way that's respectful and allows us to work together, not only the next day, but in 5 minutes. So thank you very much.
Thank you
Shazana,
so
thank you.
Thank you. Bye, everybody.
Thank you, Wisdom. Thank you very much, both of you. Take care. Okay, and we will go to, I'm going to ask Ken if he could.
No, you have to move.
Excuse
Be
me.
received.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we
sorry.
have a
Motion-
receipt,
Yeah,
yeah.
we've got a motion to receive, please. So moved from Counselor
So moved.
Wilder. Moved and seconded, Counselor Snell. All those, any discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay, and it carries. And Paula, did you?
Do you think we could take a break for a
Yes, we
minute?
can. I thought you might say that. So we will take, let's go for 8 minutes. We'll be back, okay? Thanks, everybody.
Oh, Jamie, just while we're,
Sorry.
is Jamie there? Yeah, while we're on a break. I just want to remind you, I'm 2 hours ahead of you guys. Okay,
Yes.
11:30 at night here for me, and I've been
Yeah.
up since 5 this morning.
So my understanding is that at the appropriate time, you would leave. It makes sense
Okay.
with that. We talked about that, and
Yeah.
if you can just let us know, but I believe that we'll still have quorum, well, unless someone else needs to leave, so.
Yeah, I'll be
Okay.
fine for now. And just
No,
wanted to remind you that I'm 2 hours ahead of you.
I know. I was thinking how good that was of you to do that, so thank you.
My apologies for yawning.
No, that's good. That's helpful. Thank you.
Okay, off for a break.
Yes, yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Paula, have you disabled chat?
Doesn't show chat on my, and who's asking? I'm sorry.
Sorry, Penny Moen.
Oh,
Chat's missing.
yeah,
Yeah.
I don't think I'd have to have a look and see why we didn't allow it. I thought that was a motion at one point, but I'll have to look. And so can I help you with something?
No, that's okay. I was just trying to find the chat and I thought, well, I just can't find it. So I just wanted some clarification on whether that's been disabled on purpose.
Okay, I'd have to find the motion about it. It seems to me that it was, but let me look into it. Okay.
That's okay. That's okay, Paula. If it's been disabled on purpose, and that's fine. Thanks.
Yeah, I think we had some unruly conversation going on in there at one point.
Oh, fair enough.
Okay,
Thanks.
so I'll let you know.
Yep, thank you.
Yeah, council did do a motion to disable the chat. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was quite a while ago.
Yeah, it was about 6 months ago.
Yeah, we had some unruly conversations going on, so we disabled it.
Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, everybody. I think we'll just let Paula get settled and then I think we're ready to go.
Okay, all good.
Okay, good. So we are now, Ken, if you could on item 5.1, if you could outline the next report, please.
Sure, I think if it's all right, I'll just share my screen with you.
Sure, perfect.
I've got a message says host disabled participant screen sharing.
Okay, you should be good now.
Okay. How are you doing there?
We're good.
We're good. Okay. Your worship and council, the report on tonight's agenda deals with the grant requests that have been received to date for 22 grant funding and a grants and aid program policy that is on the agenda for council's consideration. First of all, there was a number of requests for grants that came in late 21. And they are listed in this report. And the minutes from which they came from the council meetings are attached to the report. So there were total grant requests of that totaled $2,853, and the grant budget for 22 is $4,811. So the grant requests are related to the after grad celebration for Heritage Wood Secondary, Port Moody Secondary, the Communities Embracing Restorative Action Society request, the Crossroads Hospice Society request, the Share Family Community Services, which came from a council motion, and the Belcarra Barnacle Society request. So the grad requests were for 150 each. The Sierra request was for $353. The Crossroads Hospice Society request was for $500. The Share Family Community Services request was for $200. And the Barnacle request was for $1,500, which together totaled the $2,853. Now, the intent is that these council would make a decision on these grant requests, and then all future grant requests would come through the policy in the future, and they would fill in an application that is attached to the policy. So if we just look at the policy itself, it's fairly straightforward, I think. There's a purpose section, a scope section that gives council the authority to provide grants under the Local Government Act. We have a definitions within the policy of in-kind assistance versus cash grants to nonprofits or not-for-profit organizations. And there's a differentiation between in-kind assistance and cash grants within the application of the policy, as they are two different types of grants. In-kind assistance provides the use of municipal properties and facilities, material and resources, which can affect the district's expenses or in some cases foregone revenue on the part of the village. But the basic program allows for an allocation of an annual grant budget for the grants and aid program through the financial planning process. And then council will review and consider grant applications under its grants and aid program each calendar or budget year. And then they'll determine the individual merits of each grant application on the basis of the benefits that the funding assistance would provide to the village of Belcarra and or its residents. And then they would make a final decision on the grants while taking into account the village of Belcarra's available budget grant funds for the year. And they would also provide letters of support if they so chose to non-profit or not-for-profit organizations or groups to aid in external grant or sponsorship applications. Now, the in-kind assistance, there's such a thing as when people come into the village hall and want to use some of the village's resources that are very minor in nature. So there was a section put in the policy that said, basically, the CAO shall decide when such assistance is of more material nature with it, which would need to come to council in the form of a grant application for council's consideration. In other words, there has to be a distinguishment between, minor assistance versus something that's more major that would have an effect on the village's resources. So those are the sections within the policy. And then there's a basic application form attached to the policy, which outlines some information about the organization, how much grant funds they're requesting, whether that be cash grant funds or in-kind assistance, if that's a case, whether it's material. And then it just asks the applicant to describe how they would utilize the grant funds and how the funding would benefit the village of Belcarra or its residents. So that's a basic application form. The village up to this point hasn't had a formal policy for grants and aid. So we felt that it would be appropriate to have such a policy so that all the grant requests would come in on a same merit basis. So the motions before council tonight for their consideration are the existing grant requests. And then, of course, the approval of the policy as is, or as council would like to amend it.
Okay. So you're looking, Ken, you're looking for council to pass that policy tonight, either in amended form or not, or some other requests that they may have, correct?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay. And then you've got the grants in there. Oops. So, okay, do you want to open it up to Councillor Snell? I see your black hand. I'm getting better. Go ahead.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you. Through the chair to Ken. 2 questions I have for you. You've put in those that we've talked about so far. There's one that we did discuss and we did want to put in on an annual basis, and that was $500 for the Coquitlam Search and Rescue. And in fact, Carolina Clark, Councillor Clark, is in fact the point person for the Coquitlam Search and Rescue. I'm surprised that that is not in there. We had the discussion on that at the same time as we had the discussion on share, and so that one is missing and it should be there. The other question I have, the form that you have here seems very, very simple and straightforward. Now, is that something that we've generated from scratch, or is this a template we've got from somewhere else? Because it does seem to be quite a good form. Thank you.
Well, on the last question, it's a mixture of our own format and what was borrowed from basic formats from other communities. But other community grant application forms are quite a bit more extensive than this application form. So we felt that was important to tailor something that suited the village of Belcarra in terms of an application form. In terms of the search and rescue request, it certainly can be added to the motion. I don't remember seeing any minutes on that. I don't know if there were any specific minutes on it because these grant requests were specifically taken from minutes.
I think other councillors listening tonight would probably validate the fact that we had the discussion and it was to be added. So
yes, I remember that discussion.
And would you, sorry, through the chair to Councillor Clark, and you recall being the point person for Coquitlam Search and Rescue?
Yeah, council never actually appointed me for that. We never made an appointment, but I remember I requested that, and we also requested the 500 annually for SAR.
Okay, thank you for that.
No problem.
So, Councillor Snell?
Yes, I'm happy with the form, but as I say, I think it should be an amendment to include the Coquitlam Search and Rescue.
My suggestion, why don't you go ahead and amend that and add that?
Okay.
You want to do that?
Yeah, so I would move that we amend the recommendation to include the Coquitlam Search and Rescue for the sum of $500.
I'll second that motion.
Okay.
And then I have, I'm going to put my hand up for a further amendment. Thank you.
Okay, so let's look at the amendment right now. On the floor, it's appropriate. Any comments on that? From any of the councillors? Any comments from people out in the audience? Not seeing anyone. Let's vote on that amendment for $500 for search and rescue. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Aye.
All right, so the amendment carries. So what's on the table right now is amended with the addition of that. Okay. And Councillor Clark, you indicated you wanted to be on next,
Correct.
correct?
Correct.
Okay.
May I go ahead? Thank you.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you, Mayor Ross. So as I spoke to previous meetings, I would like to see a cap on donations, either per donation or a total value amount. Not precisely in a policy, because I do believe that the council of the day should be flexible to make the decisions without having the bureaucracy of amending a policy, if they want to give further donation, more or less. But in my opinion, in my personal opinion, given the size of our community, given the fact that we have 300 or so households here, and all the costs are shared between those, I don't believe we should be giving any more than $500. For me, and my personal view is that 500 is a cap for myself. With that in mind, you know, and remembering that I'm supportive of all the entities that we're giving the grants for, I would like to make an amendment on number 6 for Belcarra Barnacle Society for the grant to be at $500 rather than 1,500. So if I can get a seconder for that, that would be great. If not, I understand.
I would second that.
Okay, so it's been moved by Councillor Clark to amend it, seconded by Councillor Snell to move for the Belcarra Barnacle to go to $500. I think do you want to open on it, Councillor Clark, or make any comments?
No, I think I already made the comments. I'm just looking for a cap on donations, of them being especially like the single donations, and a cap overall. I think, you know, I'm okay with the number 2,000 and something here. It will go under that, even adding 500 for the SAR. And if council approves the 500 for the Barnacle, for the Barnacle, we will still come under the 2,800 presented here.
Okay, any further, Councillor Drake?
Excuse me, Mayor Ross. Can we just ask Ken to take down his screen for a minute until we finish this discussion and put it back up? Thank you.
Yep. Councillor Drake, you're on, but you're muted, my friend.
Thank you. Yeah, it's not specific to this amendment motion, and it really refers to the earlier discussion, but I just wanted to make the point that an approval, I want to be clear that an approval for a given year does not mean it's an ongoing approval. Each one is obviously the business of the council of the day. And I think at one point, Councillor Snell talked about an ongoing contribution. So I just wanted to be clear about that. We're dealing with a series of grants, and it's only for 1 year. Thank you.
Okay, good. Okay. I think that exhausts our speakers from council. Anybody in the audience? Not seeing anybody in the audience, so let's move to calling the question on that. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, it carries. And so it is now amended with the Belcarra Barnacle with 500.
Any in opposition? Did it?
Yes, no, I'm in opposition to that.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next.
Mayor Ross, do we have to move the main motion? Because I don't think we ever moved the main motion.
Well, to move the main motion, people were amending it. So let's.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's move that motion right now. We got a
Okay, I can
mover and a
move the.
seconder.
Yeah, I'll move the amended motion.
Okay. Seconder. Councillor Snell, thank you. Okay, it's on the floor. Any discussion from council? Any discussion from Joe Elworthy? Go ahead, please.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor, and thanks, Council. Just a clarification for me, just so as I understand this better, and I think it's important. And I'm all in favor of course, having a budget, and having caps, and knowing the amount that we're going to contribute on these donations, worthy causes, and goodness knows there are enough of them out there. And so is the process then going to be, just so as I understand the process, that when the donations come in, as they do annually or here and there along the way, that council will then look at their total budget of the total amount of what it is, and that'll be the ceiling. That so when we reach our max for all of those, that no matter what else is coming in here, then that will be the ceiling. That's the budget. A clarification on that will be helpful for me. Thank you.
So as the policy's written, Ken, what's your perspective on that? And then we'll go to council.
Council would always look at their budget and how much has been expended against the budget, and then try to stick to their budget.
Right.
Overall.
Thank you.
Okay, so we've got that on the floor right now, going back to council. Thank you, Joe. So the amended motion has been moved. Any speakers to that? On council? So we've got a list then, so we'll call the question on that. All in favor? Aye.
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 Okay, and then we've got that, the proposal that Ken has put forward, and you're looking for there to be a motion on that, Ken?
Yes, Your Worship, on the policy itself.
Yes, okay, so do we have a counselor looking to move that? And a counselor Drake moving, Counselor Snell seconding. All right, so it's on the floor for discussion. Open it up with council. Any discussion? Okay, not seeing anyone. We'll go to the audience. I'm looking at the audience. I'm not seeing anything from the audience. So we will come back to council. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, so the policy is now passed. And we have, now we're ready to move on.
Okay.
And I think, Ken, you're up on, or sorry, no, we've got Stuart on the emergency preparedness. Sorry, you're reporting on Midden Road.
Thank you, Mayor Ross. Yeah, it's 5.2 Midden Road traffic pattern. Okay, so based on the resident feedback that was collected and reported to council on February 22nd, there's a recommendation that Midden Road be reopened to one-way traffic, having the traffic turn left on Belcarra Bay Road at the stop signs and exits where Midden Road intersects with Bedwell Bay Road. And two, that a right-hand turn sign be added at the corner of Midden Road and Bedwell Bay Road. And three, that the bus stop remain on Bedwell Bay Road rather than moving into a new location. And four, that parking on Midden Road remain permit parking only. So the purpose of is to provide council with recommendations for the Midden Road reopening and recommend traffic patterns based on information gathered from the residents. At a regular council meeting held on February 7th, a motion was passed that feedback be requested from residents regarding options for future use of Midden Road. Residents' feedback was collected, and based on the results in the February 22nd report to council, recommendations are provided to council based on the information collected. Back to council, please, for consideration.
Okay, thank you for that. So they're in front of us right now. You've got those recommendations and they're open to council to approve or not, or adjust or amend. So you want to you want to move those recommendations? Do we have a mover and a seconder for those? And then there can be amendments if they want to be.
Excuse me, Mayor Ross, Carolina is having, sorry, Councillor Clark is having a problem with her computer. Carolina, if you want to step out of the meeting and then step back in, I'll let you back in just to see if that'll unfreeze your screen. Okay. So just for 1 second, I'll wait for her to come back in. Okay, she's rejoining us now.
I'm back. Thank you.
Okay, Mayor Ross, you're muted.
Okay. No, I'm struggling. We're even. Okay, so we've got that motion there. Does someone want to move it and second it? There can be amendments on it, or what's your pleasure?
Sorry, where are we at right now, Mayor Ross? Are we at
5.2.
5.3? No,
5.2.
5.2.
Yeah, on the
okay.
on the midden road. And so there's a motion there with recommendations, and it can be moved or seconded, or someone could look to move it or second it in an amended form. But we want to have something at some point on the table to talk about, correct?
Okay, I would like to amend, so I don't know if I should wait for somebody to move it first.
Well, let's see if someone wants to move it in the form there. If not, is there anybody that wants to move it in the form that's there?
Yeah, I'll move it as it is.
Okay, and then we'll look for
So I'll
a
second.
Okay, so it's on the floor now, which will then open it up for discussion, correct?
And for amendments, yeah.
Yep, yeah, absolutely. So do you want to go ahead at this point, Councillor Clark, with an amendment?
Sure, I'm not sure if I should wait for some discussion first, but okay, so I like item, the recommendation 1, that be reopened on one way traffic. The only thing that I don't see much sense here is on number 2. So when you're getting off of Mitten, I don't want residents pulling a U-turn on Bedwell Bay if they want to go the other way. So if you get off of Mitten, I do believe you should be able to turn left or right, because what you would do to people that live in Mitten, let's say somebody lives in Mitten and they want to go down to Coombs Lane. Well, they're going to have to get out of their house in Mitten, drive all the way down to where they can turn around, and then turn around and come back. So I understand the idea of just allowing people to turn right on Bedwell Bay from Mitten to Bedwell Bay, but I don't see much sense in that. So I'm okay to keep the whole thing one way, but just at that turn when you get to Mitten, I do believe that you should be able to turn either right or left. So yeah, so that's my amendment. That's what my amendment would be. Everything else seems good to me.
Okay, so let's look at how we could affect that. So you're looking at number 2 to amend it, right? So, but if you can you don't want a right turn only, you want people to be able to go either way. So if there's no,
Correct.
so
So you will be deleting that amendment, I
Well,
guess? It would be taking it out?
yeah, I was just wondering
Right.
if by deleting it, that makes sense because
Yeah.
then it allows, but let's go to Stuart to make sure that we're not. Stuart, does that make sense if Councillor Clark's trying to change that piece that we could simply delete it?
Thank you, Mayor Ross. Yes, that sounds logical to me, that if that sentence was completely removed, then it would still be a one-way traffic. However, it would be painted up so that you would be allowed to make a left-hand turn onto Bedwell Bay Road from Midden, if you so choose.
Okay, that would allow you to turn either way, correct? Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, okay. So, so your amendment would be to delete that, Councillor Clark. Do we have a seconder for that? Councillor Wilder? Okay, so.
Yes, I second that.
Yeah, good, thank you. So the amendment's on the floor, and that's probably a good way to do it. So let's open it up for discussion with the councillors, and then let's go to any members of the public. So, Councillor, who we've got, councillors.
I was up here. Yeah, I'm up here.
Okay, I've got you. So you go ahead. I was looking
Okay.
to see if one of the movers, but I think Caroline is spoken. So Councillor Snell, go ahead, please.
Yes, I would just reiterate what Councillor Clark was saying, that that's a wise thing to do. The point I'd sort of, when we send out these questionnaires, we get answers back from the public, and then a few weeks later, we get a few more thoughts and ideas coming in. And perhaps there is some confusion as to, I believe that some of the residents of Belcarra Bay Road feel that that is one way, and I think just using Sherry as an example, as we all know where Sherry's house is, that part of Belcarra Bay Road should be two ways. So Sherry has the option of taking a left out of her house or taking a right out of her house and continuing on the one-way system to Midden Road. And when she gets to the T-junction with Bedwell Bay Road, she again has the option of taking a left or a right. So I think we're saying the same thing as Councillor Clark's amendment. So just so that the actual one way of Midden would actually start at the very end of Belcarra Bay Road, opposite the Michael Rosen little road there. So if that makes sense, thank you.
Just for clarity, I just meant the turn, but that would be another amendment, I guess, if council wants to do that.
Yeah, let's go to the other two speakers that threw a different perspective on it, and I think you picked that up too, Councillor Clark.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, because my amendment is just to delete number 2, so you could turn left or right, but in this case, that part of the road, Belcarra Bay, would be one way. Yeah, if we follow with this one amendment.
Okay, so Councillor Wilder, and then Councillor Drake, and then seeing no more.
Peter Struck after that.
Yeah, I'm just going to say we don't have any other council members up, so then we'll go to Peter. So,
thank you.
Did you go ahead?
Thank you. So I was a bit confused, I'll tell you, when I saw the recommendation, because I thought it was a bit ambiguous as to where the one way was going. In all of our discussions previous, I was always only talking about Midden Road, which would be from the Rosen Center to the stop sign at Midden and Bedwell Bay. Nothing to do with Belcarra Bay. Belcarra Bay Road, where the Chisholm's house starts and the Alfred's house, and I think the other Wilms house ends. That should still be both ways. It should not be. I don't think Belcarra. So when we're talking about the three-way stop, that was just a directional to get onto Midden, but Belcarra Bay was not part of it all. And I have just gone through and reread. God, this is odd talking through this thing here. I know, sorry. Anyway, I went through all the responses and the original questions, and nowhere was there anywhere talking about Belcarra Bay Road from the three-way stop to Midden being a one-way. It was just a directional area to go to Midden Road. We're only ever talking about Midden, from Michael Rosen, I'm going to call it Michael Rosen, to the stop sign at Midden and Bedwell Bay. And of course, all of the responses that we got, 12%. And if there was going to be a closure on Belcarra Bay Road from the three-way stop to Midden, I would want to poll every single resident on that road. It's up to them whether they want it a one-way or a two-way. It's not up to everybody else in the village. Seriously, it's them that are affected immediately. So I'm not in favor, as a regular resident and as a council member, of making Belcarra Bay from the three-way stop to Midden as a one-way. I think that should remain both ways. Just like if Sherry and Jim want to come out of their house, they can go left or right. If the Strucks want to come out, they can go left or right. If Colin and his wife want to come out, they can go left or right. It's just Midden Road we're talking about. And I want to be really clear about that. Thank you very much for letting me speak.
Thank you, Councillor Wilder. And we have Councillor Drake. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I certainly agree with Lisa. I don't think it was ever a question of having any portion of Belcarra Bay be one way. I think it's sufficient just to have the Midden Road itself as one way. We had for many, many years, obviously, Midden was open to two-way traffic. What we've added since, I think, two changes, which people seem to be supportive of. One is the provision of resident-only parking there. I think that's been a positive development, and we're retaining that here. So I'm supportive of that. My understanding of the item that Councillor Clark is proposing to pull, the right turn only, it was intended, I believe that is intended to reduce the amount of high-speed vehicles circling the triangle, quote unquote, so that rather than making a left and then circling around. Now, I don't know how common that is. I don't live there. It's back to the point of those residents that are in the area really ought to comment on that. I wonder if typically young males that would be driving at high speed late at night would pay any attention to a sign that suggested they could only turn to the right, which would obviously have an effect on their proposal. I would, in my own view, is that if we feel there's a problem, if that is a serious problem for residents that live in that area, then I think we should consider putting a speed bump on Midden at some point. I mean, it's not a huge volume of traffic going through there, but something that would force cars to travel at a reasonable speed. I'm not proposing it now, but I'm saying if that does prove to be a problem, I think that's a much better solution than requiring people to turn in just one direction. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Drake. And we'll go to, I think it's Deborah. Please.
Hi there, thank you. Yeah, I agree that probably for all the residents, it should be two ways, but then Midden should be two-way as well. Otherwise, it just creates a very strange situation. I mean, I know a number of people put in their request for having it one way and preferably going up the hill, just because then if they're coming into the village, then they're going to the mailboxes and stuff like that. So if you're going to have Belcarra Bay two-way, then Midden should be two-way as well.
Okay, thank you, Deborah. So we've, Councillor Wilder, I'm going to go to Sherry Chisholm and then come back to you if that's all right. And I'll see if we can finish, well, go ahead, Sherry.
Oh, hi. I just would like to see it. I'm glad about the amendment you've made that the right hand or left hand turn is going to be allowed. And you might as well open it to both directions traffic because there's no one to police it and it's going to happen. And if a couple of nights a week, we get the kids speeding around in their little cars. You live in a park, you live by a park, you have to put up with a little bit of stuff. But please don't even think about speed bumps. So I'd like to see it open both ways. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Sherry. So I'm not seeing anybody else from the audience, so we'll go to Lisa right now, please. Thanks,
Thank
Lisa.
you. I actually feel the same way. I think just it should be both ways. We want to come in, turn left off of Bedwell Bay onto Midden, turn right. People want to get their mail. They go around, make it the way it used to be. I don't like the idea of the one way where you have left hand turn again, because I think that's really dangerous. If it was one way, turn right. I'll just reiterate this again, because there's nowhere to turn around. You can go up to the cul-de-sac, turn around to somebody's house. The first place that you can actually turn around is the village hall. The second place is at the end of Main Avenue. Way down there, you turn around, or to the village. Those are the only places. So if we're trying to make it a right-hand turn only, there's no, it's forever to get out, to get back, just to go to Coombs Lane, for example. It just doesn't even make any sense. It's illogical, absolutely illogical to me. So I'm fine with it either being one way. I would like to just say the way it used to be, both ways. Less confusion. And who's going to police it? Nobody, there's not going to be police there. Like, people are going to turn left anyways. Right?
Okay.
Not me though, not me.
Okay, good. All right, so are we getting to the point where we can, people can propose some amendments or deletions or whatever, so we can?
Well, I already made that amendment, so I'll leave it up to the rest of council to do. If you would like to, if majority of council would like to see the way it was, then all we need to do here, is delete 1 and 2, and then just go with 3 and 4, and add 1 being that Mitten Road goes back to how it used to be, with the bus stop remaining on Bedwell Bay, and that parking on Mitten Road to remain permit only. That would be the amendment. I'm not going to put this amendment on the floor because I still think it makes sense to have one way on one part. So I'll leave it up to another councillor, but I'm happy to second it.
Okay, so let's, Paula.
Mayor Ross, we have a motion on the floor.
Yes.
Moved by Carolina, by
Yes.
Councillor Clark, seconded
Yep.
by Councillor Wilder, and that was to remove number 2, that is right turn only.
Yep.
And then we can move another amendment if that's
Yep.
what you'd like to do.
So that one would be to essentially delete number 2, correct?
Yeah, and we
That's
have to
what
vote on that.
Yeah. So we will, I've got 2 people, so Peter Struck or Deborah Struck, do you want to go ahead and speak? And then we will look to, and then John, you have your hand up too. Okay, so we'll come back to you and then we'll deal with that amendment to delete. Deborah, please go ahead.
I just was misunderstanding the wording, but the motion is still to leave the bus stop on Bedwell Bay Road. Is that correct?
With the amendment, there's an amendment on the floor right now, and it is to delete number 2, correct?
Correct.
So did you have a thought on that amendment?
So deleting number 3.
No, sorry, number 2.
Number 2. Okay, good.
Yeah.
No, that's good. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. I just wanted to verify. Thank
That's
you.
okay. No, thank you. Fair enough. Councillor Snell?
Yes, I'm always, I think the opinion of those people that live closest to the problem, should outweigh those from the rest of the village. And I really have no problem if we delete number 1 as well.
So we're just on one amendment. So why don't you guide us on that?
Okay,
Is that okay?
I'm fine with amendment, removing item 2, yes.
Okay, so that amendment is now, I'll look to call the question of that. All in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
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 Okay, and I note that it's unanimous. Okay, so Paula, you'll note that that's been struck and then, or choice of words, I didn't mean that. We've got the structs right there, but it is deleted. And then we have, it may be helpful right now. It sounds like there is, but let's test it, that it is with the counselors okay to keep number 3 and 4. Is that correct? Do we have
Correct.
any?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Perfect.
So let's go out and hear from the public on that. But if we don't get anything back that persuades a counselor, then we can say we've got number 3 and 4 retained. So anybody in the public that want to comment on keeping number 3 and 4? Sherry, go ahead, please. Thank you. Oh, you're
There we
Muted.
go. I always seem to have an opinion, don't I?
no, that's good.
Well, once again, people drive in Bedwell Bay Road, they live up Coombs Lane, they come down the road, they turn left, they pick up their mail and they keep going. Now this way, they have to do a bit of a loop to loop, which isn't the end of the world. But for the sake of a midden road, it would be so much easier if they could just turn down the road, pick up their mail and go straight out. But it's not the end of the world. I won't be inconvenienced. But I do believe it would be more convenient for the people who live beyond Bedwell Bay Road, up Belcarra Bay Road. It would be easier if it was two-way.
Okay, sorry. The piece I was looking to canvass with the members of the public was just if they were all right with number 3 and number 4 remaining, Sherry, so that the bus
Oh,
stop
I don't know
remain.
what. Oh, I see.
That's,
Oh, I like the bus stop to remain there.
yeah, and that parking on Midden
Oh.
Road to remain permit only.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I thought you were still talking about maybe two-way traffic.
Okay, no, we'll come back to you. So with
Oh, okay,
council.
I don't
we'll-
have any,
Sorry?
either way, I don't care. I'd like the
Okay.
bus stop to
So
stay.
with council, it looks like we're in agreement that number 3 and 4 are going to be sustained. And then we'll look at number 1, Councillor Snell. Any
Yes.
comments?
Yes, I'm happy to move that number 1 be removed as a courtesy to those that have live in the immediate area, and just delete number 1 just as we deleted number 2. So I would move to delete number 1. And
Okay. And the and so seconder is.
I'll second that.
Okay, so we've got Councillor Snell moving and Councillor Wilder seconding. And so, John, do you want to open up and tell us the effect of your amendment there to delete?
Well, I mean, I think the rationale is fairly straightforward. Everybody's used to traveling either way. Habits and old habits die hard. As I say, I'm always cognizant of the opinions of those the closest to Midden, and it seems to me that they have a preference for both ways. It may not be a problem. I'm happy to go along with that. So there's really nothing to add.
Okay, no, and you've indicated the removal of that would mean it would go to two-way, right? Correct?
Correct.
That was the intent. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you, John. Any other discussions by a member of council? Okay, I'm not seeing anything, so we'll see if there's any member of the public on that one that wants to comment. I'm not seeing anyone in the audience that does, so we'll go back and we'll call the question, and the question is to delete that, which would have the effect of it would go back, Midden would go back to two-way traffic, correct? So if this passes, is deleted. So I'll look to call the question. All those in favor? Aye.
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 Okay. So we're left with 3 and 4. Okay, so so we've just deleted 2, so we should move 3 and 4. as.
I'll
the
move
final?
3 and 4.
Okay, moved by Counselor Clark, seconded by Counselor
Oh, moved.
Wilder.
Seconded.
Okay, second. Okay, so it's on the table. Any discussion from council on that? Any discussion from any member of the audience, please? Seeing none, we'll go back to council, and I'll, at this point, having heard from speakers, not seeing any others, I'll look to call the question. All those in favor, please?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. So I would presume that finishes up us on the resident feedback for Midden, correct?
Yes.
And then we, Stuart, on item 5.3, you had included this. Can you talk with council about this? Give us, go over this and talk about what your thoughts are on this, please.
Just to clarify, you're talking about the next issue 5.3 for grant?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
I'm seeing that's the next one that's on the agenda, correct?
Thank
Yes.
you, Mayor Ross.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see here. Yeah, this is the Government Grant of Canada Act Transportation Grant Fund. Staff recommends that council approve a motion to apply for grant or for the Government of Canada grant funding under the Active Transportation Fund in the amount of $50,000 for planning projects. The grant will help to provide funding for the planning and design of trails in the municipality, including the possibility of the multi-use path along Bedwell Bay Road. The planning project fund grants up to $50,000 for successful applicants who wish to undertake planning, design, or stakeholder engagement activities. Funding can cover up to 100% of the eligible costs. The Active Transportation Fund is a 5-year program starting in 2021 to 2022. All projects must be completed by March 31st, 2026. The planning project application will require applicants to submit the forecasted start date and the forecasted end date. Eligible recipients are municipalities, local and regional governments, and First Nations groups. Infrastructure Canada will be accepting applications for both planning and capital funding streams of the Active Transportation Fund between January 27th and March 31st, 2022. So immediately, if this were to pass, we've already got it written out, and immediately after this goes through council, we'll submit it. Back to council for consideration, please.
Okay, council, so thank you for that. Councillor Drake, you want to go ahead?
Yes, thank you, through the chair. Stuart, when we heard earlier from Translink, and we asked them, several people asked them actually about the issue of support for engineering study or design work with respect to the multi-use path. And specifically whether, should the municipality decide not to proceed, whether we would have to contribute to the cost of the design work beyond the 25% that was in their proposal. And we were assured no, that we would not have to repay the cost that was borne by Translink, i.e. 75% of that planning cost. Now, in this case, it just isn't clear to me whether or not this grant is subject to actually undertaking the works. It's great to get the firm cost estimates, to get the design work, to take us beyond people working on the back of an envelope and speculating. I think that's great, but in this case, I'm just wondering whether or not this grant is, and it appears to be, that it must lead to the actual works being undertaken. Is that correct?
Thank you, and through the chair.
Yes, go ahead.
Well, so once again, there's two sections to this grant application, this funding opportunity. One is for the actual construction work, which we're not seeking because we don't even have a plan yet. This is funding that if it gets passed, we hope to be able to stack onto the other grants to help support for the planning and design of the multi-use path. Provided the grant gets approved and provided that we're complete the design concept of the multi-use path, we should be entitled to get the allotment from Canada, from the Canada Grant Fund.
So I'm through the chair. I
Yes,
take
go
that
ahead.
to be, I take that to mean that, yeah, we would be in a position where we would not have to pay back the grant if we had spent it in doing the design work and we had the design work finished within the timeline schedule that's set down by the federal government.
Yes. Once again, if this gets applied to the design of the multi-use path, and we complete the design work within that time frame, not the actual construction or anything, just the design submission of the design, we should be entitled to the percentage of funding from the Canadian grant. Right now, it seems a little bit vague whether it's 100% or whether it's compounding up to 100%. We don't quite know that yet. There's a few details that we haven't completely clarified, but we have to get that grant. We have to submit this this week. Otherwise, it's too late.
I think Councillor Snell has his hand up.
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Yes. Thank you for that. Obviously, tonight we're chasing grants. When I look at the council report 5.3, I'm a little bit confused because the purpose is funding for the planning and design of trails in the municipality, which is in fact is an Infrastructure Canada initiative, and that is part of the Government Canada. And yet we're looking at, in addition to the multi-use path along Bedwell Bay Road, and I'm not sure if we're able to mix the apples and oranges there, especially when, if I'll move on a little bit, going back to moving to the attachment, it does refer to the Active Transportation Fund is a noun, and it represents the movement of people or goods powered by human activity. It's not a recreational path in any sort of way, and it is there to support a modal shift away from vehicles. Active transportation is meant to shorten commute times for families, creating good middle-class jobs, cutting air, noise pollution, reducing greenhouse gases, etc., etc. I decided to find out a little bit more about it and went to the Government of Canada. Okay, I'll come back further. Went to the National Active Transportation Strategy, which is basically a lot of, it's a lot of goods. It's about 26 pages of, you've probably all seen it. This is this one. There's 26 pages in there with a lot of good stuff in there. But the aim is to make data-driven and evidence-based investments to build new and expanded active transportation. The only other part is it will support communities as they build vibrant neighborhoods where people can safely live, work, and play. That is on that one I just brought up. Now, when you really, and so when you start wanting to get the grants, there's two grants. One is to explore it, and the other one is to actually do it. And there are very strict guidelines. The the program has to demonstrate, so that it reflects evaluation criteria. And there are a number of criteria, and I will just pull them up. The project has significant community support, and the proposed activities will be completed within 24 months. The project strategically improves active transportation connectivity, enhances accessibility within, to and from other communities. Now, when they put that in, they're not looking to put something into Belcarra. They are actually looking to put active transportation, for instance, to join Port Coquitlam to Coquitlam, or to Pitt Meadow, say, to Maple Ridge. They want to get people out of their cars. The project provides economic values to the community through increased construction, tourism, and the active transportation access to business districts. None of that really applies to Belcarra. The project is part of an active transportation strategy, has significant community support, and the planning work is in an advanced state, e.g. design permits and matching funds secured. When we get to the idea of matching funds, they're only looking at 60%, and expenditures related to purchasing land, buildings and associated real estate and other fees are definitely not included. Now that is taken from the federal active transportation fund on the guideline. There's also one from British Columbia, which is this one. And that also spells out quite a few things it's community projects where the focus is on infrastructure that supports safe, human-powered modes of transportation for daily commuting to school, recreation, work, socializing, and errands. The proposed project must be part of an active transportation network plan, and or referenced in an official community plan. It has to be in the condition in our OCP, for instance. There are the land and property purchase or land exchanges are complete before anything can be.
Councillor Snell, could I ask you just for a question right now? Appreciate what you've done, but let's test if we've got a mover and a seconder for this, because if we don't, it probably makes sense to move on. So, because we don't have a motion on the floor. So let's find out if there's interest. Let's find out if someone wants to move it or second it. And if not, we don't have any reason to stay on this, correct?
Correct. I was just responding to Stuart's request for questions. Thank you.
No, but in fairness, that I appreciate what you've done, and that's good. But let's test that out, because we don't have a motion on the floor, right?
I'll move the recommendation.
Okay. All right. Do we have a seconder for that?
I can second for discussion so John Snell can finish his points, but I just want to say that I read the same documents that Councillor Snell did, and I agree with his comments so far. So I'll second for discussion. Thank you.
Okay, fair enough. So Councillor Drake, you've moved it. You want to open up, and then we can go to other councillors, and we can return to you if you'd like, John.
Certainly, I would like to hear the balance of John's comment. What I take that to be, though, is an effort to assess the probability that an application from our village, given the circumstances we're under, would in fact be successful. And what I hear John saying is that there's a series of areas here which may mean we would not be successful. Nonetheless, I see no great risk in undertaking an application. Timeline is short. You can never be sure what factors will ultimately play into a decision for a grant like that. So I think it's worth making the effort, but I'd like to hear the balance of John's comments.
Okay. John, you've got your hand up. You want to go?
Yes. Okay. So I think we can all remember that the plan that this village, to be eligible, has to have an active transportation network plan in place, and it's part of an official community plan. The land or property purchase or land exchanges are complete. and all project work, all project design work is complete. That community consultation is complete. The other thing to bear in mind is it also states a usage count at the proposed project site must be completed and submitted with the application. Successful applicants must agree to also conduct follow-up counts 1 year later. Okay, and in a nutshell, you know, there's a lot of paperwork here, but the reality is it is designed to get people out of their cars and get to work in some other way. And it really, I don't think Belcarra is a candidate for this initiative, and I would therefore not be supporting the recommendation that we pursue the grant. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Snell. Councillor Clark, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mayor Ross. So as I was saying, I read the same documents that Councillor Snell did. I understand the idea behind projects like this coming from the federal government as well as the provincial government. But the fact that we need to remember here is that first, we're not a community that we can live, play, and work in it. Well, some of us maybe I do because I work in the community, but we don't have businesses, we don't have commercial here. The other thing that I would like to point it out again, I know it sounds a bit crazy when when councillors or elected officials are against applying for grants, but here's the thing: every time you apply for a grant, you need to put a very good amount of time on it. You know, when you apply for the grant, you know, when I agree with a grant, I want to agree with a grant that is stating a project that I agree with. And as I made it clear in other meetings and tonight, I'm not supportive of the MUP project as it is. I think we should pursue paths and, you know, safer ways for people to walk. But I think that project, it's not the right project for the village. And I also think this grant is not the right grant for this village. We're a semi-rural community. I wish that the federal government, as well as the provincial government and organs like Translink, would look on communities like ourselves and have grants that has guidelines that we can meet and that makes sense for us financially, as well as when you think about topography. So at the moment, I will not be supportive of this specific grant for all those reasons. Thank you.
Okay, good, thank you. So any further speakers from council? We'll go out to the community. Not seeing anyone, we'll look to call the question. Oh, Joe Elworthy, we're going to take you and then we'll return to council. Joe, go ahead, please.
Yeah, well, thanks. Thanks for the apologies for the late hand up here. And I appreciate clearly the work that councillors have done in reading to the reams of information on this particular grant. And just I can't confess that I've done that, but I just get a little bit concerned. It's one thing to be chasing grants. It's another thing to be looking at gift horses in the mouth and trying to find reasons not to have an opportunity to use them based on admittedly research that councillors have done, which is good. It's what you're there to do. But I just would be a little bit concerned about this. I mean, when we pay, as we do, advisors, in this case, Stuart Novak and people like that, to examine the information and come back with a recommendation, in my view, there would have to be some very compelling reasons why I wouldn't be looking at that advice. Now, you've done so, a couple of councillors, maybe other here, but I would just question that maybe we're looking too deep into what this is all about. Perhaps I'm not. I don't know, but just a cautionary remark. And they're my points. Thank you for allowing me to speak on it.
Thank you, Joe. Penny, go ahead, please.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify, did Stuart not say that they've already done the work because you've got a deadline coming up in 2 days? So I'm wondering if it doesn't make sense if they've already filled out the application to go ahead and and submit the application. I don't think there's a downside to that if they've already done the work. That's
Okay,
it.
Stuart, do you want to, that's a question. Do you want to confirm that, please? If you could?
Thank you, Mayor Ross. Yes, it was planned out that ISL would have the documentation filled out and finished by tomorrow. They've got the account open because you have to open up an account for it. So it was Chris that opened up the account. We worked together and he assured me that the documentation would be filled out by tomorrow morning so that it could be filled if council chose to move forward with this opportunity.
Okay, good. Thank you for that. And thanks for your question, Penny. And looking back, do we have anybody else on council looking to, Carolina, you had your, oh.
Yeah, I had my hand up. I just would like to ask a question.
Yep.
Wouldn't the appropriate course would be coming to council and then filling out the grant? Thank you.
I'm just got one eye on the clock because we're going to need to extend, but let's see if we can get an answer for well, Stuart, I think he may have answered that. I mean, he's brought something to us, a recommendation that council may or may not like, and we're free to say what, if he brought something up where the work hadn't been done, right? Then
we wouldn't meet the timeline, but perhaps this should be presented before that, because I mean, we're 2 days into the deadline. There's already some work that was done. What I hear from Stuart is that Chris was helping him. And here I am wondering how much this cost. So I understand the rush to do things like that because of the deadline, but we had a lot of meetings, right? Since January until now, so yeah, I'll just leave it at that.
okay.
Thank you.
No, that's fair enough. Good point. We're gonna take the last two speakers and then we're gonna stop and we're gonna decide if we want to extend this meeting because we're gonna need to soon. So I have Sherry.
Yeah.
Let's go to Sherry and then let's come back to Bruce and finish off and come to council to
Agree with Carolina.
Thank you. I didn't feel that I got a satisfactory answer to Councillor Clark's question. Before engineering and planning was paid for, shouldn't council have decided if they wanted to go forward on this program? Is that the correct procedure?
So Councillor Clark, you wanted to talk with Stuart and ask about that procedure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because to me, it doesn't make sense. I mean, I appreciate, all the work behind this grants. I understand. I've filled up grants before on my time as a board member for the Brazilian Community Association. I understand how hard it is. But and that's why prior to filling out a grant back then, when I was on that board, I would go to the board and ask for permission, or else I would just be wasting my time. So I guess I don't need an answer because I do believe I know the answer because, timeline, but I guess what I'm trying to say is perhaps this should serve as a lesson for next time. I think, here we are at the last minute, at the second time, asking for this. And now I hear that there is work done by consultants on this to fill out this grant. Yeah, I'm a bit frustrated. Thank you.
Okay.
So do you have any idea of the amount of money?
So here's what we're gonna do. We need to extend this meeting because we're going to hit 11 o'clock. So we need a
Oh, I'll
motion.
put a motion for to extend until, I'm going to put 11:30 now because I know there's some items, but I'm not willing to go more than that.
Yeah, well, I guess the question is, we're going around the circle on this, so there's two pieces to it. I mean, we can ask staff to come in advance and ask, or we can ask staff to look at opportunities and come, and if we're not comfortable with them, we can vote them down. So there's been no doubt that anyways, I mean, if you're frustrated, you can certainly vote against it for sure.
But the question of how much money has already been spent without approval? Is there no ballpark amount there?
Stuart, you want to tell us how much has been spent, please?
So we have a general service contract with ISL, which we call up the engineer from time to time on actually multiple civil type engineering type of subjects. On this grant application, Chris may charge us 1 to 2 hours for the service.
How much is that?
And how much would that be?
Okay.
I mean, I don't feel like I'm getting an answer.
Sorry, hang on. This isn't, we're gonna find out, because we're taking one question at a time and from the speaker, and we're gonna ask Stuart if he has a number. Stuart, do you have a number for this?
I am guessing because and once again, I don't know. I haven't seen the bill. I see the bills, normally it's usually around $150 an hour for 2 hours. That would be for 2 hours. So it would be about $300 for this application.
Doubtful.
Okay.
Thank you.
So
And
we're gonna,
that's an estimate or a guess on my part.
okay. So right now we need to have a motion to extend this meeting.
Yeah,
Or if you don't want to extend it, that's fine.
I put a motion to extend to 11:30, but I'm gonna put a motion to extend to 11:20.
Yeah, I think
That's
that's
okay.
a wise
Yeah.
idea, and I think we need to come to close. Okay, so that's
Yeah.
been moved. Do we have a
Second, I'll second that. Yeah.
Councillor Snell, it's on the floor. So all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay, so we'll come back to this motion that's on the table, Councillor Drake and Councillor Snell. Are you on this motion?
Yes, I am.
Okay, all right. So you're both, I think, second time speakers. So let's collectively finish this up wherever it
Thank
ends.
you. I'm not sure. I think Councillor Snell may have been ahead of me. I'll just watch to see if he would prefer to go first.
As you wish. I'm a little concerned that we put the cart before the horse on this one, and that we've appeared to be chasing a grant before the council has discussed, whether we should be doing that or not. And the other thing that I would comment on is the fact that when the research is being done on which grants to pursue and which grants not to pursue, presumably we are looking at the end game here, and the end game of the grant we're pursuing is a plan that Belcarra just does not fit any sort of template, either by the province or the transportation strategy of Canada. If one had done a little bit of research on those two documents, one would realize that it just is not a good fit for this village. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Drake, do you want to finish it up and then we'll go to vote, please?
Yes, thank you. And I think it's time we got this to a vote. I would just say I have a different view of it. I mean, we don't have engineers on staff. If we did, they would be doing this sort of work and we would be paying them on an annual basis. I personally am not interested in reviewing every single proposal that staff under our direction may be considering. I'd like them to come back as they have here, proposing something. Now, it may well be that we're not eligible in this case. I don't know. I can only tell you from experience on the other side, I've often been amazed at applications that did secure federal funding, notwithstanding the description they had. It very much depends on the skill with which it's written, the degree to which it can be tied to the priorities. So John has laid some of those out, but can also be dependent on what kind of budget they've got and how many applications they receive. So for the sake of $300, personally, I would make the application here. It's something that would be useful to us. I think it's something that has long-term value. So I'll be voting in favor of the resolution. Thank you.
Okay, we'll look to call the question now, please. All those in favor?
Aye.
And those opposed?
Aye.
Okay, thank you very much. And the motion is defeated. Okay, so we have the update on the water system, and we have Paula, if you could provide the next report, please.
Yes. Okay, the report is.
He's got his hand up here.
Okay, hang on here.
We've got someone doing a report.
Yeah, that's okay.
We have three people with their hands up. They could both put their hands down right now while we're receiving this report. That's what's on the agenda right now.
The report is just an update on the water committee recommendations that we've been bringing forward at the beginning of every month. Because we didn't have a council meeting at the 7th of March, we've brought it forward to this one. Everything that has been updated is written in red. And I guess if you have any questions, Stuart, you're here. If any council or members of the public have questions about the updated items, it will come back again as we continue to complete and work on the actions.
You're going to put it up, Paula, or do you have it?
I can, sure, I can put it up.
Is
Hang on here.
that easier to have a?
Okay, just give me 1 second here. Oh, sorry, just let me get to the report. Okay, so the first item that was updated was the water model study currently being conducted by WSP engineers, and it'll help to identify and determine the maximum usage and limitations of the water distribution system. And that is the same item as item 8. Council approved a motion for the WSP engineers to prepare a water model on January 24th, 2022. The work is now being conducted. So these two go hand in hand. And that's why the update is very similar.
Okay, thank you.
The next update is to number 16, and that is work being conducted around the reservoir site to accommodate proper inspection, which includes removing of some trees and excavation work just to clean the area. And then the next item is number 20. A Zoom meeting was held on March 11th with Sea to Sky, WSP, and Public Works. Sea to Sky will provide quotes for the required equipment for review, and that is for the upgrade of the SCADA equipment. A report went to council on that on December 6th, and the contract was awarded to WSP for the SCADA upgrade. And this is the work that's beginning now. Oh, sorry. Item 21, WSP is overseeing this project. The water meter in Strathcona is being replaced. So that has been serviced and repaired and as required. And a service technician is working on the remaining items. And the last item is item 31. And this is ongoing for staff. Its grant funding has been approved and a staff report is pending. And that's for the BA Blackwell and Associates Community Wildfire Resilience Plan. So if there are any questions on those updates,
So we'll start with, I believe the order we have here with counselors is Counselor Drake, and you were certainly probably want to go first on this one, and you're up first too. So go ahead.
Okay, yeah. First, I'm conscious of the time and may want to come back to some of this at our next meeting, but in each case, I would be very interested in knowing when we expect results from these. So for example, under 8, we know WSP is to determine the maximum usage and limitations of the water distribution system. Well, that's a question we've been trying to deal with for a very long time. And so do we know when we expect WSP to come in with a report? Much of what the Water Committee and obviously Council have been concerned about could be addressed, or at least our options made clear once WSP has that report. So first question is, do we know where they are on that and when we can expect a result?
Through the chair, can I ask Stuart if he, Mayor Ross?
Yep, sure.
If he has any information?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Ross. I just spoke with them. They actually just started going on it, so I don't have a time frame. There's going to be 2 phases. One is their written mathematical type of work and studying our system. And then the second one is actually going out to calibrate their findings by actually using hydrants and testing flows and stuff like that. So I don't have a time frame on that now, other than they officially have started working on it, and I'll know better within a week or 2. That's the best information I can give you on that right now.
So what I'm learning there for the first time is they've just started on this?
On the water modeling, yes.
Okay, and that is one and the same. Okay, you're saying with number 8. Okay, I thought they were in the process of working on this, but you're saying now, so we're waiting, we'd have no date as to when they'll finish, and they've just begun working on it. Is that a fair summary?
Yes, that's a fair summary.
On to 16 then. This had to do with assessment of the tanks and their condition. So we're doing work preparatory to having that assessment done. Is that correct?
Through the chair, yes. If you're talking about doing an inspection of the Tatlow water reservoir to do an inspection up to the proper standard, I need to clear out some of the debris around the reservoir itself and cut a path so that we can get the proper equipment to clean the reservoir tank.
And so again, any sense of when we'll be in a position to have that assessment done? I thought it was going to happen early this year, but obviously we've got preparatory work to do. Do you have an estimate as to when that'll be possible through the chair?
Yeah, through the chair. I just got a quote on getting the certain trees removed. As soon as the weather clears up a little bit, we don't want to disrupt the soil too much. So we're not going to be cutting into the soil with any excavators while the season is this rainy. But we're gonna have some trees cut down, and then we're gonna get some quotes on an excavator and carve a path, an 8-foot path around the reservoir, so that we can get stable ground to be able to pressure wash the reservoir.
Okay, but I understood this was an inspection of the inside of the reservoir as well. Am I wrong about that? Yeah, it was an inside inspection, I understood, that was going to give us a sense of how it's doing in terms of its own life expectancy.
We, through the chair,
Yes.
in the past, we have got video cameras to go to actually do video shots of it. However, that really is not satisfactory in Public Works opinion, I suppose. What we are trying to achieve is to get a gauge on the fatigue of the metal. So we want to assess the bolts, the seams, the metal condition of the reservoir itself. And to do that, I need a clean reservoir surface. And once again, in order to do that, I have to clear out enough space that we can set up some staging or person lift to be able to pressure wash that reservoir. And then, of course, they'll need to be able to test in those areas too.
So you have no estimate of when that'll be possible? Sometime this year?
We are trying to get it best to get it done this year, and provided there's no undue delays, I see no reason why it can't be done this year.
Okay, and for me, a final question on item 21. That's the Strathcona water meter. The observation had been that that meter did not match our own as to the incoming amount of water. Do the two readings now match? Thanks.
Both meters are functional. Both meters have been serviced, and both meters are reading consistently.
But they do match, or they're close enough that you're satisfied with it. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, that's it for tonight. As I say, given how late it is, I think it'd be probably better to come back to some of this in a subsequent meeting. Thanks very much.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Drake. Councillor Clark, you put your hand down now? Yes.
Yes, Councillor Drake asked the question I wanted to ask. I'm just a bit disappointed to hear that they just started working on this, given the fact that the motion was passed a few months ago. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. So we have now in order from the public, Ben Shulistani, and then Jim Chisholm, and then Joe Alworthy. And then we'll return to council. Ben, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mayor Ross. I actually had a follow-up question based on the comments made by Councillor Clark in the previous motion, also in this motion. It seems like for some reason the council delays work on the funded projects. For instance, the Bedwell Bay dock applications, which was funded by the Vancouver Fraser Port Authority. And
Excuse me, Ben. Excuse me, Ben. What number on this are you referring to, please? We're focused. We're all looking to continue this meeting. Which number on the water report are you on and making comment on?
All of them. I'm just making a comment on what Councillor Clark said. Councillor Clark was talking about basically in the previous motion about applying for grant funding, and also in this motion about work that basically was should have been done previously. I'm just saying that this is very similar to the Bedwell Bay dock app.
Okay, thank you very much. We're going to move on, and we're going to go please to Jim Chisholm. Thank you.
You're muted, Sherry. There we go.
Yeah, there I'm on.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, can you hear you?
Yes, yeah, we can.
Yeah.
Just a quick one. Do I understand then that the total list, the tracking list has, and questions have all been delegated to WSP?
You mean on the water?
On that tracking list? Have all the questions been delegated to them to answer?
Stuart, do you want to respond to that? Did you hear the question?
Thank you, Mayor Ross. And you know, there's a few different, there's other subject matter other than just the water. I mean, there's some of
I'm
the
referring
issues
to the-
regarding Blackwell and Associates. I think with the talking about the fire load in the mountains. I haven't got this. I can't quite see that document right now.
Okay.
But for the most part, WSP was tasked for our water distribution system.
Okay, but the tracking list, though, I assume the vast majority of it, the questions were delegated to WSP to answer. Is that correct?
They have seen the tracking list at least once, but we don't give it to them every single month.
No, I wouldn't think so. So then did they supply us a date that they would be answering all of that list? Or did we ask them to do it done to a date to prescribe, give us the answers? I mean, we have a contract with them for two items, I gather, in the order of $75,000. So do we have an end date that they would produce the answers?
I haven't got the contract in front of me right now. I can't say that I know offhand what the completion dates are on the language of the contract. I just don't have it with me right now. We've got two projects. One, the SCADA project going. Actually, we have three because there's the SCADA project, and there's the water modeling, and then there was the specific question on the capacity of the water distribution system from the DNB side. That report they're just finalizing right now. The water modeling and the SCADA, they're working on it actively on both of them. Different stages of activity. But they're both actively being worked on.
Okay, I'll leave it at that. I've taken enough of your time. Thank you.
Thanks for those questions, Jim. Joe Elworthy, and the final speaker on this, please.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for the report. And it's late, so I'm not going to belabor it either. Indeed, a couple of the points were addressed by Councillor Drake, particularly items 16 and 21. And I'll go to that first. And again, the matching of those meters, as I'd mentioned several times in past meetings, was particularly important. So I'm happy to see that they are matching now and they are calibrated, and we know what's coming from North Vancouver into Balcarra is accurate. So thank you for that. The one on the clearing of the trees up around the water tank, there are 5 trees scheduled to be removed. Bear in mind, this is my neighbor, that tank, okay? That's my beauty. And so I keep an eye on its environmental protection. And 5 trees are going to, and I was a bit stunned when I had to look at that. I said, oh my, this is going to be really tough. But I understand if that's what required, and I do see why an external is required, because if one looks at the rivets, the bolts, etc., and indeed corrosion, without cleaning it, one can see there are issues with that tank. You know, I'm glad I finally convinced somebody to remove the steps to stop the kids jumping up there and partying up and drinking on it, as was being reported in the past. But we got that sorted out. So look, I'm not going to belabor again. They were just my concerns. And finally, is that and this, Stuart, will be to you. I kind of was of the impression that when we gave the report out and we paid whatever it was, $25,000, that this was going to be, you know, available within a 3-month period. When I hear the end of the year here or this year, this is a priority for council to get done there. So that seemed a bit delayed to me. So just on that one, Stuart, if you can comment. The others don't require comment on. Thank you.
I don't. Are you talking, just for clarification? You talking
just
about
a clarification? Didn't we say, or maybe I'm wrong? I thought that they would have this review completed within a 3-month period.
The WSP?
Yes, the contractor. Yeah.
your recollection may be perfectly accurate. I'm not 100% sure. As I said, I haven't read the contract since the day. Once again, we are getting movement from everybody, and things are always slower in the past. During the COVID year, everything has been delayed, and we're just adapting the best way we can.
Yeah, thank you very much. And again, I think I noticed even from some, there's a bit of consternation. This seems to be taking longer than what a lot of us expected. So I just leave that with you to consider. Thanks for your response. No further comments required.
Okay, thank you very much. And let's return to council. We've got a motion to appreciate those questions, and we'll look to get some further updates, but we have a motion to receive for information that the report.
So moved.
And seconded.
Okay, and any comments on that? Seeing none, I'll call the question.
Oh, you have Ben Shulistani with his hand up?
No, we're in the middle of a vote to receive a motion.
Okay, sorry,
already-
he had his
yeah.
hand up before Joe was speaking, that's all, I just noticed.
He's had his hand up and he was asked to focus on this, but council
Okay.
just entered in, so thank you, but
Okay.
we need to move on. Okay, so the motion to receive, all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, and opposed? Okay. So I'm going to be very quick on the mayor's report because I want to get to through the next two items if we can. So just obviously on the Ukraine, there's no doubt there's concerns from everyone about what's happening there for all of the people, and in particular the children. So our thoughts are with them, and we hope things can progress to where there is a better present for them right now. My second item was the year-round permanent fire service that was announced in the budget, has received an allocation, and they are indicating, they came out the other day, the provincial government, that they would have that in place for September, where the usual crossover is between the auxiliary people, the people that work for the summer, and they now intend to have a year-round service. So we'll watch how they're doing on that. And on the strategic plan process, just will be coming to that, and there'll be some things that will come up later that will give an indication on that. But if any questions on that? Okay, then I'll look to go to Paula to outline the next item, which is official community plan review committee meeting minutes. So Paula, if you go with that.
Yeah, the next item is the minutes for the official community plan. We bring minutes forward to council for their information whenever whenever the meeting minutes are approved by the committee. So this is just a motion to receive for information.
Okay,
Move
Councilor Clark.
the motion.
Yeah, was I correct in seeing Councillor Clark moving the motion on that and Councillor Wilder seconder? Okay,
Yeah.
so if that's all right with you. And we, so I'll look to, so it's on the table. Do we have any speakers to that? I'm not seeing it. Ben Shulistani, are you on this one?
Sure, yes. I want to know where is my comment with respect to the minutes. I don't see it anywhere.
Okay, well, we'll ask someone to take a look at that, and we can certainly, you'll be able to.
You had an opportunity to take a look at it. I'm just asking you
Okay.
why it's not there.
Okay, thank you for your comment, and we'll move on now, please. We're returning to
Then answer-
council.
You
No,
always
we-
keep muting me. You can
No, I
continue.
didn't-
don't
I
know
didn't
how long
mute.
you can mute me.
Excuse me.
It's 11:20.
Yeah.
It's 11:20. We will look to the minutes. We'll have to look to the minutes. These were
Yeah.
approved by the OCP committee and just brought forward for information. So we don't have any control over those minutes. They were approved by that committee.
I think you had control. You.
Can I give some
just- you know what?
clarification?
Mute him, please. Mute him, please.
Can I give some clarification, please?
Yes, go ahead.
Those minutes were from January 26th meeting. It was not from the open house. So I want to make that clear. That was the first meeting from the OCP committee. Those are the minutes that we have in front of us right now. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that. So we, what I would like to do is we're at the hour. I think it would be worthwhile if we extended for, but it's up to council, extended for 5 minutes to hear Paula give two pieces that will be helpful, hopefully. But it's up to council if they'd like to do it. And I mean, you're free to not do it. You're free also to do it longer, but I think 5 minutes would get this next item done.
Might I ask, I mean, I take it from your comment, though, that we're not going to finish this meeting.
I don't
timeline. So we are going to be scheduling another meeting. Is it important that this next 5 minutes be committed, given that we're going to have to schedule another meeting in any event?
Yeah, I believe it is if it's 5 minutes, but if you go for 5, you'll hear this next report from Paula, which will be twofold, and then we can conclude and look to schedule. But I'm fine with where council. I'm very conscious of the lateness of the hour.
I just think the productivity falls off long before, by the time we hit this time, it just isn't productive. But I certainly will support, I'll move that we spend another 5 minutes before wrapping up the meeting.
I will second that.
Okay, thank you.
And whatever it is, just to make it clear to the community, whatever it is that we don't get to it, it will go to the next meeting, correct? Yeah, through Paula, yes. Okay.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
we're not scheduling a new meeting just for the rest. I just wanted to make that clear because that's what it sounded like. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so
We have a mover and a seconder.
yeah, so that's extend for 5 minutes. All those in favor? Aye. Okay, and then if we would ask Paula, the acting corporate officer, to just give us an update on two.
On 7.1, move ahead to my corporate officer report.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I have 2 items on that report. They'll just be quick. One is that I would like to note that Nagin Tusi is no longer with WSP Engineering. Nagin worked with the village for a number of years, overseeing engineering file for the water distribution system. The village wishes her well as she moves on to her new role at another firm. The village welcomes Michael Levin to the engineering file. He's worked with Nagin in the past on many items on the village system, and we look forward to continuing to work with him. And on another note, Lorna Dysart is on leave. Council has appointed an acting CAO. His name is Dennis Back, and he will be joining the village in her absence. So we just wanted to let residents know. And that's
Okay.
my report.
Any questions from council? Any comments?
I just like to wish Nagin, well on her new adventures. She will be missed in Belcarra, that's for sure. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you, Councillor Clark. Anyone else on council? So I would echo the same thing. I was disappointed to hear, but pleased that when we were in touch with her, that it was a move that seemed to make good sense for her personally. But we will certainly miss her, and we'll miss some of the things that she brought to the work. So, and in terms of our new acting chief administrative officer, I think it will help us to move forward on some of the things that collectively we want to do. So,
and I'd just like to voice our thanks to Paula for stepping in the interim.
Yeah.
Until we got a locum in here. Thank you very much, Paula
and Connie.
And I was just looking for
Connie.
Connie. Where is she? There she is. She's over there. High five. I just saw you. I'm Connie for stepping up as a recording officer. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much for those comments for Paula too. And
Thank
Connie.
you, everybody. Appreciate it.
Okay, so having seen that it looks like we've now approached the hour, so we would look to
Mayor Ross, may I just interject on one item? On item
sure.
8.1, is there a timeline? Are we meeting this timeline on the Village of Belcarra 5-year?
So I believe, Paula, that we are correct, but if we are not, then we're going to need to meet again. But Ken's not on right now, so we'll have to do it. We, Paula,
Okay.
you,
I believe we are. I believe the deadline is May 15th.
Yeah.
Maybe Connie can
Well,
help you with that.
When is the next meeting then? I'm
The
just
next
gonna take
meeting
a
is
look.
April 11th, and then the following one is April 25th.
Then that's fine, yeah. Okay,
Yeah, I think we.
Just wanted to
when
make
we
sure.
checked- I think when we checked that we were fine on that, but clearly we've got a meeting to move ahead. And then if we need to do a special one to meet it, but I think we're fine.
Okay.
Anyways, so I think we're now at the point where we would have a motion to adjourn would be in order.
I'll move to adjourn, and I'm sorry
And
everybody took so long.
I will second that.
Okay. All right. And all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you to all the members of the audience that were here for the duration, and thank you for members of council. And again, thank you for the work that Paul and of others have done in some challenging circumstances. So good night, everybody. Thank you.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
It's 1:30 in the morning here.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, I think
I'm
you
going to bed.
Okay,
get the
good
big
night.
award. Take care.
All right.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks,
Bye-bye.
everybody.
Yeah.
Good night.